Keep pushing the red button instead of the green one.
How did I break my screen protector already? Oh, goodness sakes.
Well,
I
I
just
don't
got
know.
it.
Backseaters Pets wants to know how he broke the screen protector.
I got a new phone 2 days ago. I got a screen protector. I hope it's just a screen protector.
EPJ032. Well, there we go.
A&D 3528, Wisconsin.
Let's just take it nice and easy on the way to the farmer's market, okay?
I'm not going to farmer's market.
Where are you headed?
I'm going home.
Thank you. All right. God bless. Greetings. Hey, hey! These red lights mean you have to stop. Did you know that? Did you know that? You don't have a front plate. Next week when you come here, get a front plate. Otherwise, you're going to get a tag for no front plate. Sound good? That Charger's burn a little oil.
Yeah, it is.
We are over here at Harriet Island where some of the street racers are meeting. They have their pre-meeting over here. We heard some of them squeal. See how the tires squealed on this road? They were racing across this bridge.
We'll be in the parking lot with Minnesota.
Greetings.
Oh,
That's good. That German car of yours doesn't have a front plate on it.
Oh, I apologize about that.
You should look at getting one of those mounts to get it on.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to see you at the farmer's market.
No,
am I?
sir.
Okay, God bless. See
God
you.
bless, sir.
Thank you.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah, well,
God bless.
they've been racing across this bridge all night. We just got to work. We heard the reports all night. So,
You can smell the rubber.
oh yeah.
Still.
So, and hey, if anyone's free, can you join us at Harriet Island? Do a little drive-through. How about Raspberry Island? Raspberry.
Avenue. Comp is missing 3 children from the backyard last seen an hour ago. 11-year-old, 7-year-old, and 4-year-old.
Are we good to be here?
You till 10 o'clock. Yep.
Alright.
Hey, as long as you're not spinning your tires on a bridge.
Hey, we don't do that.
Okay.
This isn't even my fault.
All right, buddy.
Out there for 3 minutes, an hour ago.
They probably get very you guys needed that.
So anyhow, Patrick J.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These we don't mind people gathering. In fact, we as you know from past, we talk to them and check them out. As long as they were spinning tires and racing on the bridge here earlier tonight, and
23 has a drone.
then they were zooming up 35E.
Yep, wait.
Our reports indicate they're headed over to Minneapolis to the farmer's market. We won't be going over there tonight, so the state troopers in Minneapolis will be over there. But
3934, code 4.
107, make sure somebody gets to the house. Check the tag.
what do you think? Do a little drive-through?
Sure.
Some of them will try to take off on us, but that's okay. We don't mind if they go their own way. Just we don't want someone getting hurt.
What's up, guys?
Yes, gentlemen.
What's up?
How's it going? Stay safe, right?
I want to ask this guy where his front plate is if you want to back up.
Stay safe. Stay safe.
Alright, Major.
A lot of these foreign cars don't have them, you know.
Hey, do you have Minnesota plates? You need to get a front one on there.
Okay, get that mount on there.
Nope, just get her on there, okay?
Gentlemen. Good, how are you? Everybody staying safe tonight? What's that Audi got in it? Electric? No way.
That's fast.
Oh my goodness. My goodness. See ya. Yes, sir.
What's happening, guys?
We just want to make sure nobody gets hurt. It is Bobby Fletcher.
That is Bobby Fletcher.
Bobby Fletcher. Bobby Fletcher.
Are you on live, Bob?
Yeah, we're
We are
live.
live.
We are live right in front. There you go.
Go stand in front of the camera and say
Hey.
hi. Say hi, Mom.
I don't know if anybody. I don't think anybody's rooting for Boston right now.
Huh?
Just don't drive like idiots, okay?
No, I just seen what you do to. Not
Just
me.
don't. Just don't. We don't want to take your. We don't want to take cars away.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Just we're.
gonna catch them.
Huh?
Nah, this is a big engine.
Well, we just started working. A couple of them were flying out of here earlier.
You heard them or what?
Oh yeah, we heard them. We saw them.
7.
Huh?
Big engines.
This isn't the biggest, but this is. No, this is my baby though. It's just a Hemi.
Can I hear it though? I want to hear it.
No, we got a couple SRTs.
Yeah, we got a couple.
for you guys.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, and then we got some Explorer dual turbos.
Yeah, the ST.
500 horse.
500 horse.
I know who built it, their cars.
Yeah.
Well, EATI is our favorite over there on Century, but we got some other people too.
What do you guys have? Jeeps or Durangos only?
What's that?
You guys only have Durango 390 SRTs?
Well, we
got
have Explorers.
Durango SRTs, some Charger. What's that? Is it the SRT with the Charger?
11-year-old is going to be on next.
Hellcat. I don't know. We got a lot of cars. We got forfeited cars too.
Huh?
Forfeited
4-year-old.
forfeited cars, but those are beat. Somebody beat those up.
Guys who thought they could get away, but the helicopter got
We're
them.
live right now. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, assuming that things are working, we're live. I don't know.
What's that?
You got any stickers?
Do not.
Stickers. I gotta start bringing.
I'll bring some next time. Make you a junior deputy.
Yeah, the guy that one of our troops is going to join us. He might have a sticker. Greetings, St. Paul police officers. How are you?
Hey guys.
We're just we're doing a little coaching, keeping people safe. Keep people safe. It's all good.
What's going on, chat?
All right, gentlemen. Anything? Hey, you want to get on the camera? That's good.
Just go a little further that way and you can get on camera.
Oh yeah.
You guys got any stickers?
No, we're gonna bring them today.
Do not. But we'll get some.
Yeah,
for
you guys always
We'll have
ask for
some next
stickers.
week.
Is this the famous Bob Fletcher?
Not famous, but I am Bob. Nice
This
to meet
is
you.
Bob.
There's
You're live right now?
We are.
Hell yeah, bro. We were watching you.
Well, we knew you guys would know. You'd probably. I heard you were going to leave here and go to the farmers market at 9. True?
Hell no, we're gonna.
Hell no.
Hell no, we're gonna. You know that old Kmart right there, Maryland.
And oh, you're going there?
That's where we're going.
All right, I'll see you there.
I bet.
Bet. All right. Hey, none of the stuff where you can hurt people. You know.
No,
people.
and then around like 1 o'clock, we're gonna go to Minneapolis and do donuts.
Well, that's Minneapolis.
Watch out
Hey,
for those
you know
troopers.
What? At 1 o'clock, we're gonna go eat donuts.
That was a good one. Gotta give it to you.
Isn't that like underglow illegal, officer?
What do we have it? How about that? I like that. That's illegal?
Not for us.
Yeah, that's illegal, you guys. How are you guys allowed to break the law, man?
I don't think that's illegal.
No, we got a lot of rules we can that don't apply to us.
Yeah. Yo.
You outside with the cool kids today? Yes, sir.
There we go. Thanks a lot. Thanks for stopping.
Hey, see you
boys.
guys.
Thank you. Well, what's the rest of the plan besides Kmart? Besides Kmart, what's the plan?
I don't know. I know we're gonna come down here and do donuts at like 1.
He's just anxious to see us roll up to Kmart where there's not going to be any cars so they can laugh.
He's driving with no insurance.
You know, usually it's all men down here, no girls. Hey, ladies.
Is this Bob Fletcher?
How are you?
It is.
Which one's Bob? Which
I
one's
am.
Bob?
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
Austin Cherry's girlfriend.
You
Nice
are.
To meet you.
Well, say
I
hi.
am.
Hey, listen. Word is
Word is.
the word.
I'll
the
tell you
word,
if it's true or not.
The word is that Austin didn't love having his name on live, but because Minneapolis police doesn't come over and bust him, he figures he's safe over there in Minneapolis. True? True that?
I'm not verifying shit.
Yeah,
I
okay,
ain't
us
saying
girlfriend.
shit.
But does he know not to come to Ramsey County? That's all that matters, really.
What you got on him?
What I got on him?
Yeah.
Nothing. I got nothing on him.
So why can't he come to Ramsey County?
Well, he can, but as long as everybody's peaceful like these
Hey,
kids.
we're all peaceful
I
here.
know. Well, you know, it's
And you even got a
Hey, listen, the
superhero
thing is-
cape on.
you know, I don't know your first name, but you
Paige.
know, in Minneapolis they do a lot of donuts under the bridge there. Okay.
We don't.
Well, the people that are there do,
Different community.
and people have gotten hurt a lot, and some got shot.
That's a whole different car community. That's
Yeah, I
not,
know. The King of the Lots, those guys, and Takeover groups.
Yeah,
Isaiah's
that's-
group.
yeah, that's not him.
But we just want to make sure Austin's not the next Isaiah.
Oh, he's not gonna be.
Well, tell him to come out and see me sometime. It's like we can talk.
Fletcher.
What's going on?
You drove past my car getting towed 2 weeks ago.
Oh, where were you?
Farmer's market. You said, "Oh, a roadster."
Oh, was that the trooper were towing you or what?
Huh?
Troopers towing you or what?
Yeah.
Well,
I
you-
didn't renew my I didn't renew my insurance, and they took it.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Hey, my auto pay didn't take it out.
Paige, is it Paige?
Yes.
It's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Who's your girlfriend there?
This,
I'm no name.
this,
No name.
This my friend. That's my friend.
Well, hello, friend.
Hey, we don't have any objection to people hanging out, looking at cars, and socializing. As a matter of fact, we like your group because they're not drunk and they don't act like idiots.
Yeah,
All right.
we make sure of that.
They're always respectful to us. It's the 3% rule, you know.
Yeah.
The 3% rule is 3% want to show off for the others.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, you can't control the 3%, but you know you can control
We
a lot.
try.
Yeah.
We try.
Yeah.
It's time for you to go, man.
You think so? Why is that?
You messing up the car, man.
Is there more?
Yeah,
Is there more
you're
people?
messing up the meat. You got people behind.
I don't
you.
want to mess up the meat.
Yeah, you got.
We'll see you at Kmart. See you
Yeah,
at Kmart.
we'll see y'all there.
Yeah, sure we
We're
will.
leaving like soon.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, sure we will.
Have a good night,
Take care, guys.
Be safe. Be safe.
Hey, guys.
They're far more well-behaved and law-abiding here than over there at the farmer's market.
Oh, yeah.
I bet.
Definitely.
169 Tango.
What's up?
You have any stickers?
Not this week. We'll try and have some next
if
week.
Darren comes here, he's got them. Hey, we are about to clear Raspberry Island. If anybody's headed here, thank you.
And we're walking back to the address.
See, you can see these tire marks on here. Earlier tonight they were racing. I hear someone. Oh, it seems like a large crowd is gathering.
Yeah.
A large crowd is gathering. I thought I saw some red lights over there. Did you?
No, I didn't.
Pulling in.
Is that D behind us?
Oh yeah, it could be. Or the St. Paul spot. You know, they wanted stickers.
I know. Last Friday over in Minneapolis, I gave up my last one.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was nice of them to ask for stickers.
Yeah, totally.
I guess we're going on a roll for a little bit. And they're going to Kmart later.
Okay.
Check in there. Everything else good?
Yeah, really good.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back. Darren's back from vacation in Mexico, folks. And what happened? Something unusual happened to you in Mexico. What was that?
Yeah, my other half had a jellyfish bite.
Oh, jellyfish bite. You can't swim with jellyfish.
Yeah.
Did you take my advice on how to take care of it?
No, I did not.
Drink yourself to keep consciousness. Thanks, Darren. Thanks a lot.
I told him pee on it.
Oh, yeah.
It kills the burn.
Well, it looks like a lot more people are gathering here. I hope the St. Paul Police Department makes some trips through here. Let's be safe tonight.
Sounds good. Have a good night.
You too. Be safe tonight.
Thank you. You too, sir.
G Suave.
Remember that plate.
Yep.
Okay, Pat. Well, if you haven't shared this yet, I'd ask you to do that, because we are going to have a couple serious conversations.
Yes, indeed.
Serious conversations. Oh, here we go. Scooter Patrol! Scooter Patrol!
What's up, guys?
Scooter Patrol! Scooter Patrol, yeah. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
No complaints.
Can you do donuts on those?
Do a wheelie.
All right, have a good night, gents.
You too.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you. So I don't know how many people are watching. We get up to 1,000. We're going to start this important conversation on Facebook.
We are at 9:58.
I'm sure there's more on YouTube, but this is a local, serious conversation about things happening locally here.
This is important, so please do share this. Please do let your friends know to start watching.
Maybe
'cause
we need to find out what the score of the Timberwolves game is, so we can tell if people are likely to tune in. 8:30 it started.
Anybody got the score of the Timberwolves game?
And how much time is left? Maybe we have to have this serious conversation during the Timberwolves halftime.
There you go.
I don't know. Let's find out. Let me see. Hey Siri, what's the score of the Minnesota Timberwolves game? All right. Well,
The Timberwolves are ahead of the Lakers 27-19, with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter in Game 3 of the conference quarterfinals.
all right. Up by 8. 2 minutes in the first quarter.
I know we won the first game. Did we win the second?
No. So, Game 3. But how about the Wild last night, huh? Holy moly, Minnesota Wild beat the Vegas Knights to go ahead 2-1. Game 4 in Minnesota here at the St. Paul X. Game 4 on Saturday. You either got the Wild or the Timberwolves in the playoffs. Both teams playing well. Congratulations. Never mind that in the back of our minds lurks the facts that the Minnesota Vikings have been to 4 Super Bowls and not won one. But the Twins won 2 World Series.
Yes, they did. What was it, 87 and 92?
87, 91, I think. 4 years apart, yep. I did hear that Herbeck had a little stroke in the paper. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah.
Did not.
Domestic pending possibly
He
related
joked that
from
his
Maryland.
hero when he was little was Tony
She was
Oliva.
just hit in the
And
face.
since Tony Oliva had a stroke,
And a male
he
broke
thought
her
he
leg.
should.
Yep.
Oh.
And then she
I think he was watching us.
Oh,
But she got some on herself.
Very good.
So going for it right now.
so very exciting for the Wild and the Timberwolves. I did watch every play of that, every second of the Wild game last night. Boys, they scored early. Once they score early, it makes it a little more enjoyable.
Joy.
So a lot of our backseaters are probably watching the Timberwolves. So you can't fault them for that.
Right.
Happy, do we want
But basketball's a crazy sport. You can have a 20-point turnaround in one half. It's just crazy. You're either hot or you're not.
Yep. Twins won 11-4 tonight.
Okay. There you have it. Minnesota night.
1550
Yeah.
Ruby Boy at Target for a
I can't remember which World Series it was, but the Twins went through their entire pitching roster, and Dan Gladden, I think, came in and closed it out.
He did. Okay, well, I forgot about that. Yeah. Yep. Well, most of those guys can throw strikes. You know, they're just got great arms, usually in the infield. Joe Mauer could pitch too if he needed to.
Yep.
He always had a great arm. For that matter, he probably could do just about anything. He's a talented human. So we're just going to run by. We're just going to show you where the big game is tomorrow night, right here at the XL Energy Center. You can say that word a couple more times, XL Energy, because after 25 years, they are going to sell the naming rights to the highest bidder, and not believed to be the XL Energy. I don't know. It's a tough one, because when I want to call to pay my bill, I have to remember, how do you spell XL? You know, is there an A in front of it, like you're excelling, or is there an E in front of it? Excellent, you know. But it's XCEL. 4 letters.
Yep.
When you want to look it up on your. So now the big question is, are there any Timberwolves fans, basketball fans, inside Tom Reed's? You know, Tom should get some pictures. He should have those reversible pictures of take the hockey ones, flip them over when the basketball players are playing.
7694. 7694. Robert, please, 270.
We swore some deputies in today, 11 new deputies, Pat, up there at the patrol station.
Congratulations to all of you.
Steve Linders, by the way, if you're not following the sheriff's official Ramsey County Sheriff's Office page, please, there's so much good information there. That story about the North Oaks chase that Craig Leiden had is there. We have our most wanted there. Really, there's usable information on that Ramsey County Sheriff's Office page. You should really follow it. Go over there and just click on follow, because tomorrow he's going to post pictures of all the new deputies that graduated, which was a fun group. I always make them talk about themselves for 3 to 4 minutes, and you get to learn more about who they really are. A lot of personal history there.
3934. I'll be able to still check it. Which is fixing the Article 7 in the post office.
It doesn't look like. Well, I guess it's crowded here, but there's
good crowd.
other hockey games. Who's that one up there? Canadians, or who's playing? He's got all the other games up there.
I can't read it. And I don't know the
He's got the
jerseys
other
well
hockey games up there. You stay here any longer than 20 seconds, we'll get a copyright strike. Burger Moe's is busy too. But downtown Minneapolis right now is probably crazy.
Oh, you know it.
Crazy. And then,
You know
of course, Friday night. How many people are watching us on Facebook right now, Pat?
We are at 920.
920, yeah. Well, usually our highest viewership is between 10:30 and a quarter to 11, in case you're wondering. But a couple more minutes, we gotta get into some serious topics. And if you know people that are on the Crime Watch pages, tell them to tune in, because we're going to give them some important information. Hot off the press, new information. I'm starting to sound like those TV broadcasters. An exclusive.
It definitely.
Even Pat was shocked, and Pat's in the know. Even Pat was shocked. See if you can pull that camera back just a tiny, tiny bit. I want to see if I can get that XL sign. There we go. There. Oh, see the XL sign up in under your right hand there? Okay, now there's the XL sign. Hey, if you're a Facebook friend, Brian Ingram, who owns several restaurants, have you followed some of his posts at all? You kind of follow that stuff normally. He got burglarized, and he's not very happy with
Again?
police. Yes, again. Hey guys, with the police response, but he lays it all out on Facebook, and that whole thing about accountability for the service we provide is key to what the principles Pat and I believe in, right? Response times, quality of service. I got a call from a guy that was unhappy with one of our officers, and I like those calls. I just got the message tonight. Thought he should have handled an accident differently, and I'm going to dig into that tomorrow. But you're the racers. But the only way you really have accountability is if you have transparency. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
So
that's key.
So I learned yesterday that the St. Paul Police Department is planning to encrypt their radio channels in October. Now, most of you know that Minneapolis just encrypted their radio channels. And you also know that Pat and I are opposed to encryption. We think the public ought to be able to hear what's going on. The argument for encryption, has been officer safety, but we've been at this for 45 years, and rarely are there issues of officer safety because of calls being transmitted. Is she all right? Well, she's on her knees on the ground. What's going on?
I was grabbing my bag.
Oh, your bag?
Okay.
Very good. Well, you're surrounded by 4 ugly men. I'm just kidding. Have a good
No,
one.
it's just a Hemi. Take care, guys. You know, there are, every police radio has the ability to go to an encrypted channel if it's needed for a particular situation. But to have all patrol dispatched calls encrypted makes no sense to me and is the opposite of transparency.
Well, what a lot of departments use as their reason is the NCIC, FBI, BCA guidelines. But the rules regarding that are certain specific information. Warrant checks, driver's license information. There's certain types of information that is not public. But it's very, very rare that any of that information is over the main channel.
Right.
And that can be encrypted in what we call a data channel. Or there's workaround channels, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want you to know that pass on, and I know the Minnesota Crime Watchers page is very concerned about this, and you should make them aware that the St. Paul Police Department wants to try to encrypt by October at the latest, the end of the year, and I have this from 2 very, very reliable sources. So I was hoping that they wouldn't be able to do that without going through our advisory board that we have in Ramsey County. But the current policy is that each department can decide for themselves. So really it's up to the St. Paul City Council. And if you care about encryption or monitoring, because we clearly, just so you know, we will not broadcast encrypted communication on Live on Patrol. Just so you know, we'll continue to have the county dispatchers, but we're not going to broadcast the St. Paul Police Department encryption. Now, interestingly, in Minneapolis, to their credit, Minneapolis created a internet dashboard that puts the calls on the internet with a slight time delay, so that if there's any officer safety issues, they can have a time delay. We love that idea if encryption comes. So at a minimum, if St. Paul is to encrypt, if you need to insist that they do some form of dashboard, public information dashboard. And
Otherwise, the citizenry has no way of knowing what's going on in their own city.
ladies, gentlemen, what's up?
Well, within a minute, Catherine Cowley, one of the admins on the MN Crime Watchers, posted that information.
Yeah. Make sure she knows it's not our initiative. It's
Oh, she knows.
St. Paul Police. And so call your police administration, call your St. Paul City Council members. At some point, maybe even the legislature can weigh in on this, because I don't know how the news media, they don't allow the news media to have access either. And that's a real problem for the news media being aware of what the crimes are. So, item number 1, share this. Tell your friends that St. Paul's plan, I didn't like the way Minneapolis' plan was put together either. Maybe a lot of people knew about it, but I wasn't aware of it until it happened. Were you?
Nope.
But at least they put the dashboard up of what's going on, and there's people can still monitor that, except they're not going to do it in CSCs, maybe a few domestics, etc., which is fine. All the public really wants to know is the serious random crime that people might be at risk of enduring. So there are some middle grounds if you're going to do it. But rest assured, Pat and I can't think of a case where the officer's safety was actually endangered. Can you?
No.
In 40-some years?
Nope.
Yeah, there's always a theory. Oh, what if? But looks like he's leading the train. You got the helicopter, you got the ambulance. Oh, it's like a parade, Pat. Oh, there goes the train right behind the ambulance. That's a long train, man.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so that's our number 1 issue of the day. We don't like encryption, but if it comes, we need a way for people to have information as to what's going on in their neighborhood. Not every month or every 2 weeks, but in a timely fashion.
Right.
And probably, I think the legislature should allow the media to have an agreement that they can monitor as long as they don't show up before the cops get there, right?
Right.
I mean, everybody understands that.
We've both seen throughout our careers, I can't count the number of times that because a citizen was listening to a scanner about some police activity going on, a pursuit,
Hundreds
or crime in
of times.
progress, hundreds of times where a citizen would call in and give us the location of a suspect we were looking for.
Right. That's really an important fact. Well, if it ever happens, we might mobilize the backseaters. We might have to make them all reserves. Give them radios.
There you go.
They can help us keep an eye on things. Yeah, we need to be partners with the citizenry. So that's item number 1. Item number 2. And just take a minute to think about this before you react to what we're going to say here. But I got my degree in political science and government. I focused on constitutional law. I thought I was going to be an attorney. Never ended up doing that because I fell in love with police work. I promised my parents I'd go back to Willie Mitchell Law School part-time after I graduated from Hamlin and was offered a job in police work. But the law and justice and the Constitution were always very, very important to me. And I guess because I read and studied, and I'm really impressed with the way the country evolved into a system of checks and balances, right?
Yep.
So, I think Pat agrees with me, but I'll just say, as an example of the justice system, and we've worked in it for 40 plus years apiece, as an example of the justice system, Pat and I don't believe in pardons.
No.
Okay?
No.
We didn't support President Biden's pardons of dozens, if not hundreds of people. And we did not support President Trump's pardons of hundreds of people. We think that type of decision making should be really up to the judges and the judicial system. If someone wants to say, hey, they really shouldn't be in jail, well, it's like California and the Melendez brothers. Take it through the system, let the county attorney and the judge that sentenced them make a judicial decision, not just an arbitrary decision. Because at some point, when you are just excusing behavior nonstop in bulk, people don't trust the justice system, and we're all dependent upon a fair justice system that we can rely on. So don't think this is a partisan issue. We basically just believe in the system. We believe in the trial by 12 jurors. We believe in the judge's discretion on sentencing. Sometimes do we have arguments with county attorneys? Yes, but those can become public.
We have a full squad car. Could you dispatch the missing person? Tell us, please.
So, but having said that, if you do not charge people that have committed $20,000 worth of damage to cars, you put yourself in a situation where the justice system isn't going to work for any of us. Because how do you charge anybody else that commits less damage?
Exactly.
And so across the river, our Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty recently, as you may have heard in the national local news, decided not to charge a person that had done $20,000 worth of damage to cars. Of course, the Minneapolis police chief was upset, and rightfully so, and many others. But I just want you to think about this. When you start having one person have that much authority, and nobody should have that much authority, and that's why we're against pardons too.
Right.
Where one person can just totally wipe out the justice system's action. When one person says we're not going to charge that person, I have often thought there ought to be a backup system where if cops are unhappy with their county attorney, they could bring that case to the attorney general.
Right.
And have the attorney general review it. I mean, in life, monopolies are generally problematic. There should be more than one person that can make a decision like that. And she has made it difficult to really have justice for anybody. How are you going to justify charging other people that did $15,000 worth of damage?
Or in the case of a young woman, $7,000 worth of damage, and got charged in a one event, not a series of events with different vehicles like that guy.
So this conversation's in the spirit of having a justice system that works, folks, and there are times where people have too much discretion. In Minnesota, the governor has some authority for pardons, but it's a 3-person panel.
Right.
The attorney general and the head of corrections and the governor have to all be in agreement. At least there's some public discussion, and there is a check and balance there, which is a little bit better than one person having all that discretion. Now, for pardons for people that are sick and dying and only going to be alive or in jail, that's a different matter.
Totally different.
We're talking about blanket pardons. Yeah, either way on either side of the political aisle. Just make the justice system questionable for a lot of normal citizens that don't have a way to articulate their concerns. And that's why we're here, to kind of carry those concerns.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to say, Pat, on the charging issue?
Just a huge disappointment. Makes absolutely no sense to me. And it's contrary to their own guidelines. Their own guidelines have a $5,000 cutoff in damage.
There you go. Yeah, that was just disappointing. And very disappointing. We're not going to stop talking about issues that affect public safety. People say, oh, that's politics. This is not politics and the safety of the citizens out here. Apparently, I had shots fired on Highway 96 up there, up of Hodgson earlier. Out the suburbs. Car sped off. No casings found. There are more and more fireworks being deployed. I don't know if you've noticed that. Looks to me like the 4th of July starts in April. We're on Payne Avenue going northbound. You got Channel 3 on, Pat?
I do. I would also suggest checking out the Anoka County Attorney's statement.
Oh, I love
regarding
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Holy mackerel, was that powerful?
He
or
made
what?
a very powerful statement regarding how different it would have been had that damage been committed
Right.
in Anoka County.
He sent a message to criminals, if you do this in Anoka County, you're being charged with a felony. Yes, Brad Johnson. I sent him a note telling him thank you, great post. And it was good that he stepped up like that, huh?
Yep.
Thanks for reminding me about that. So, I'm pretty sure John Choi would charge the guy too. Now, here's the thing. There's all sorts of different diversion programs, remedies after charging. You don't have to divert before you charge. You could take a plea and have the sentence suspended based on the next 2 to 3 years. There's a million ways you could do this without, and I have done, well, obviously I've been a part of the system for a long time. I know how you can hold people accountable in the system and still charge them. But when you refuse to charge, that screws the entire accountability process.
Yep.
I don't know how you get Mary to change her mind on that, but if I was a citizen of Hennepin County and I wanted to make sure people didn't vandalize property, and knowing that this message is, hey, I'm going to get off if I vandalize less than 20 grand, they can't charge me. I would be furious.
That's the message it sends.
100%.
DOT, have a good night.
We work so hard, and the investigators, it's hard to solve those cases. You work hard to identify the people, solve the cases, and then
321, DOT.
poof, poof. Did you catch that?
Copy, have a good night.
Poof,
Poof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was our work evaporating.
263.
And if tomorrow morning,
There are no weapons inside the home.
Steve Linders is going to post the graduation.
There are 3 juveniles on scene.
The graduation of our 11 newest deputies, but if you didn't see his post yesterday about Craig Leiden catching a fleeing driver in North Oaks, did you read that?
Oh yeah.
That was a good one.
I was up there trying to find it, but
Yeah.
it's he picked the wrong town to drive into.
Deputy Leiden is there in North Oaks, and he patrols North Oaks and does a great job. And a BMW comes zipping by. I heard this BMW cost like $85,000 to $95,000. Do you know anything about them, Carman?
I know they're very, very expensive.
Yeah, Carman, it was flying.
It's a very, very fast BMW.
He tried to chase it east on Pleasant Lake Road in North Oaks there, but before it got to the golf course, he decided this is too dangerous. So he backed off, turned his lights off, and then the car went north along Pleasant Lake, on the east side of Pleasant Lake. Thankfully, neighbors that were out walking on the beautiful day pointed him in the direction. That way, that way, that way. Okay, well, he got on the radio. The neighbors are indicating going up here. And then when he got up on the north end of the lake by Island Road, they pointed him in the direction of down Island Road. Now, Island Road is not actually an island. It feels like an island, but it's a peninsula.
Okay.
peninsula.
Does
But
it go out into the lake?
it does. A peninsula out into the lake. And there's really only one road in and out of Island Road. However, there is a path that runs along the lake, around the whole lake up there. And when you get to the end of Island Road, you can navigate your way to a path. It isn't clear whether he got on the path or he turned on Bay Lane. But anyhow, he tried to hide down there on Bay Lane on the island or the peninsula.
Okay.
And Deputy Mark Suki spotted him.
Nice.
Deputy Mark Suki.
God, he's good.
You guys remember Deputy Mark Suki, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
One of the best. And by the way, I'm recruiting him to come back to CAT team. Did you know that?
Nice.
I'm
I
recruiting him.
hope he comes back.
I'm recruiting him to come back to the nighttime CAT team. And he spotted him down there, and so they caught him. As an 18-year-old from Anoka that was drunk, trying to show off his car. And I'm not, unbeknownst to, not posted in the Post, this passenger was from North Oaks.
Really?
But the roads are very confusing.
I can
If you
testify to that.
If you don't know your way around North Oaks. There's an old saying, it's easy to get into North Oaks, but it's like the Blair Witch Project when you're trying to get out.
That's funny.
So, in fact, there's a second saying that said if you want to get out of North Oaks, follow the yellow brick road, because the main streets have yellow stripes on them. Everything else, it's you're in the forest of no return. So anyhow, he couldn't figure out how to get out. Our deputies knew the area better than him. They arrested him for DWI. We're debating whether to forfeit that $90,000 BMW. If we do forfeit it, Pat's going to drive it around. Pat's going to be the BMW driver. Can you imagine when you're down on Raspberry Island with those kids and
man,
you got the BMW?
I think we should make that happen.
BMW.
Well, I think a lot of backseaters will be interested in this. That I just got a message from one of our prosecutors that remember Sylvester Townsend, who was in that red van who shot the guy outside of Bourne's.
Yep.
I had to testify in that case.
Yep.
He was just convicted.
Was that the one you and I were talking about before? Or not?
Yep, with the red van that
almost ran into
almost
me?
ran into you. Yep.
Okay.
And he was immediately taken into custody upon conviction.
You know, this is what's great about the system. Hey guys! Great about how the system works. I mean, there's a shooting, people call, they get on the phone, there's a shooting. You know, we're in the neighborhood, we run down there.
You were right there.
I see the man coming at me, I'm debating whether to sacrifice my... You know, the honestly, if it wasn't a shooting, I would have sacrificed the car. Thank you.
See you guys.
I would have sacrificed the car. But since I knew that after I ran into him, I was going to have a shootout, I decided to let him slip by. But fortunately, I got the plate.
Yes, you did.
And then Pat and Mike Martin,
the very next
car.
Friday night.
The next week, they found the car. And they stopped him. And they were able to get him charged. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
It's good work. It's really good work. Yeah, that was, you know, those instantaneous decisions, that's a great example, because if it's just a stolen, I'd probably take the car out, you know.
Right.
But when it just shot at two people, and ironically, before I got in front of it, I had actually seen a guy, I had seen people that had been shot at down on the south of it 2 blocks, and I went up to cut them off on Sylvan. But, you know, there's no sense, this is a great example that you got to trust the rest of the cops to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
Check that Kia.
That's an electric.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Copy.
Well, you know, you mentioned the newly sworn deputies. Carol wanted us to, and thank you for this, Carol. Minnesota's first law enforcement Explorer post was Ramsey County Sheriff's Office Explorer Post number 2. It was established in 1957 to help youth learn about a career in law enforcement or a related field.
Yep.
This past weekend, 5 of our Explorers successfully competed in the annual state competition held in Rochester, which included a 5K run and skills competitions. Membership is open to youth between the ages of 14 and 20, and applications are available on the Ramsey County Sheriff's website. So congratulations to you all. You did us proud.
Yeah, we traditionally have one of the largest volunteer components, including Explorers Reserves. I am going to put a large group of what we call community affairs officers on. And I have people calling me all the time. How can I volunteer? How can I help? What can I do? And we have a short academy for community affairs officers. And we're going to invite a lot of you backseaters to come and join us as community affairs officers. And
We'd love it if you came on board.
we got all sorts of important opportunities, and you know, I'm still going to put a team together to help us find stolen cars. It's even though, to be honest with you, the number of stolen cars in Ramsey County is way down.
Way down.
Way down. What else is new in the news here that's noteworthy? I met with the Mexican consulate this week. He came into the office, and
Are they still open on 7th Street?
they are. I met with them, and a very cordial meeting. I had met with the consulate 15 years ago when I was here. Obviously, it's a new consulate, and very pleasant meeting with him. Chinese, you know Renee, right? The Latino kid that we hired to help us with working on the Atwater case, etc.
Yep.
He went over and built the relationship over there, and him and Chinu met with him and invited him over, and I just love it when young people like that are showing initiative to go out and build relationships.
Yep.
It's really cool. Really, really cool.
Well, our friend Mark Cermak has been a CAO for 15 years, and he just sent me a message saying he loves it.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for all your work. It's great knowing you all these years. Been a good friend. Got some great kids, too.
And a great brother. We love your brother, Dan.
Yeah, a lot of people, especially older people, say, hey, what can I do to help? And, you know, as a community affairs officer, we're not asking you to wrestle around with people.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we should, as an example of the fact that we respect the value of age, just look in the mirror. The wisdom.
There you go.
The wisdom. We're on 3rd Street westbound from... that guy always parks right there in the street. I don't know, on the edge of the street. I never could figure that out. Technically not our problem, but...
Well, Kathy, thank you for your time as a CAO, and come on back. Do it again.
Is she putting on the comments there? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to abbreviate the training program a little bit so you don't have to exhaust yourself in training. But we started that program with Larry McDonald. Larry McDonald was really one of the godfathers of that. Larry McDonald was a St. Paul Police lieutenant, eventually a commander that was on when Pat and I started. And just a wonderful human being. And when I became sheriff, I brought him over to help us put some volunteer programs together. You worked with him a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's a kind man. Passed away here a couple years ago, but
Good guy.
have all the radios on, folks. 10 o'clock, racers, it's time to head out from Raspberry Island. See you at the next location. What else happened in the world? Oh, our narcotics unit had a huge bust as well. That VSET unit, led by Rich Clark, does an amazing job. Our apprehension unit apprehended a serious felony domestic assault suspect from Mounds View that had threatened to cut his girlfriend's throat and then hid out. That was some great work by the apprehension unit.
Yes, it was.
And then more recently, I haven't got the final details, but remember that girl that was kidnapped, from another state, South Dakota maybe, and it was in the news, and she was believed to have been seen in South St. Paul?
Is this the one they believed was being held against her will?
Correct.
Okay.
The United States Marshal's Office, the BCA, and our apprehension unit found her and rescued her.
Nice.
And in Dakota County, I won't say exactly where, but more great work there. What other police work jumps to mind that's been going on? Oh, we had St. Paul was trying to catch up to a car. That was earlier this week, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. A car that they wanted that was involved. We won't say what involved with, but they asked us to help find it and catch it. Our patrol cars swooped in, and a few minutes later, the CAT team was rolling and apprehended it near Hoyt and
English, wasn't it?
Clarence or something out there. Hoyt and Clarence, Hoyt and English. So, great work there. I don't know, there's just really been some great police work going on lately.
Absolutely.
And if you saw the post earlier this week, first quarter of this year, crime is down 26% in Ramsey County as a whole.
That's pretty spectacular.
And last year was down, so you can see the numbers reflect what you see on Live on Patrol. The numbers reflect what you see on Live on Patrol. And we did get a delivery on Monday of some gift cards.
Thank you, Daniel.
And I noticed, besides thanking Daniel, I don't notice, I don't know who paid, we really don't know, but they all have a special message from who?
Deputy Dallas.
Deputy Dallas.
Who is home.
I heard that, yes.
You are.
Thank you, Deputy Dallas, for helping us with gift cards. And Deputy Dallas's mom.
Yeah. Deputy Dallas, you, your mom, your dad, all of you are constantly in our prayers.
Saying she's going to use it to protect herself from her father. 268 Tango.
Deputy Dallas. I know we're probably not going, it's on the other side of town, but can you check that call where the woman has a shovel to protect herself from her father? That's an unusual call,
Do you
right?
know what part of town it was in?
West sector.
24 Tango. You can like just call advice for 185.
I don't know if it's investigate.
You can from one of the other squad. Well, take that call. It's just active.
2200 block of Goodrich.
That's a long ways. We don't get calls in that area that often.
2760, you can stay clear.
But the good news is she's not protecting herself from her father with a gun.
Two-way traffic.
It's a shovel.
Right. Well, Jim Wilson, who rides with us, is a retired Minneapolis PD lieutenant. And he believes that Chicago PD delays their broadcast for an hour.
Yep, that's a solution.
Yep. And says many departments that have encryption delay their broadcast for 1/2 hour.
Yes. That is a very solid solution, Jim. Thank you. A 1 hour delay, a half hour delay. even a 15-minute delay probably is enough to resolve 99.9% of the issues. But yes, we like that idea. But with all the technology that's available today, there are ways to keep the public informed. You're just going to have to insist. Your own local jurisdiction around the world may be considering this as well.
4442
Just
area.
don't let government go underground.
For sure.
You know, I took a nap tonight before we started.
You know, I got a little bit of time in for a nap too.
When I woke up, hit the TV to wake me up, Demolition Man was on.
Oh,
Sylvester Stallone, Wesley Snipes.
Around for an APD 2214 Woodbridge Avenue for a vehicle that just hit a cement wall.
Okay. APD in Woodbridge.
And now 2 people are screaming at one another.
You hear the fireworks?
yep.
2202.
I don't know what's going on.
Is there a?
Oh, a game.
Yeah.
Got to be, yes. Fireworks following the Saints game, folks. Can see him right down there. Oh, yes. I'm just guessing that car, or maybe those people are going to either fight or leave. We can probably run up there. The Minnesota Saints. You know, I've only been to 1 or 2 games, but I haven't been in any for a couple of years. Everyone says it's a fun time.
Yep, that's what I hear.
And the reason that makes it fun is that there's stuff going on in between the innings. But really, if I go there, I want to put the costumes on and I want to be one of the racers. You and I should be the racers. And who would be our third? Mighty Mike.
There you go.
Can hear the fireworks out here. Not a lot of calls going on. It'll pick up now. And then, of course, it'll pick up again after the Timberwolves game. Just to be honest, a lot of people do stay home to watch the Timberwolves. And God bless them for that. There's always less crime during the Super Bowl, too.
Oh, that Woodbridge call is not popping up.
It's like a car accident.
Yep.
Ran into a cement wall.
And it is not coming up.
We'll be out with in the alley of the address.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Call Kelly Thune.
Calling Kelly Thune.
Clear advice, Julie. I mean the DOC. Block 23 block.
Yes, sir.
Kelly Thune, there's not much going on tonight, so can you send us some extra pages with even stuff that doesn't seem that serious? Like, can you see that accident on Woodbridge?
Yes.
What's it say there? What's the address?
Let's see here. Woodbridge.
I thought. Woodbridge.
I'm not seeing Woodbridge. PD?
Yes, that's the accident, right?
Yeah, where they hit the wall, right?
Yes, correct.
Let me send you some information on that.
What's the
I just saw
address?
it.
What's the address?
I think that's gonna be I just had it.
Well, it's a race between you and Pat Scott. One of you gets a cheeseburger, the other one not.
You know.
Let's repeat your number.
Either one of you can find it, huh?
Copy, 2206.
APD.
Goodrich.
that the wall one?
That's 2206.
That could be good, Rich. Does it say hit a wall or not?
Yep.
Okay, we're on good, Rich.
Oh, they put it in pending. That's it.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye. Bye. Hey, Kelly. Call Kelly Thune.
Calling Kelly Thune.
It's in pending,
Yes.
but that's over right. Didn't you say that the shovel call is right there?
I believe so.
Yes.
Hey, did you and your dad go to the game last night?
We don't have playoff tickets, but we
Oh.
watched it.
All
Lots
right.
of cheering, lots of screaming.
All right. I love that picture of you and your dad at the game. That other last game of the year.
Yeah, it's too bad we can't go to the playoff game, but that's okay. We just watch it at home.
All right. Say hi to him. Thanks. Thanks.
I will.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah.
So these two calls might be related, huh?
Yeah, and there's a bunch of squads out on it.
Oh, there is already.
Yeah. It's
So we got two. What's the one? Is at 20?
2208 and one's at 2214.
There was definitely an accident. Probably some type of argument. And a shovel is involved.
Yep. And a bunch of cars are there.
I sense alcohol is a factor.
Good guess.
Three 369-328, easy copy. Come to the back door. Absolutely. Still you.
You know, this Wendy's does a hell of a business, doesn't it?
This does.
It's amazing. It's always busy.
3208.
I don't get it.
Responsive brace for an assault at 957 Prosperity Avenue, apartment 301. Tenants in unit 201 hit comp and attacked him. Hit him in the head.
957
They're requesting medics.
Prosperity.
Recall.
No? Is that one on the chart?
Copy.
950,
On the
the
back.
Prosperity one?
319. Take it back.
They just dispatched. Should be at the top now.
Bill, you can figure that out.
It doesn't work that way for me, Bob. Don't know why. Nobody can tell me why.
Last squad, repeat your number.
Oh, there it is.
That's a real flag. Cancel that squad.
Somebody's playing with your mind.
The tenants in 201 hit the comp and attacked the comp. Hit him in the head. No weapons.
Okay.
6 to 7 people in the unit. It's 2 females who attacked him.
All right.
328 can cancel. I just checked the first floor.
Or attacked her.
No one's screaming.
Oh, it was a female victim?
Yes.
328, you can stay clear.
Maryland and Ruth.
Copy. You can send me that, so.
Massive party with people in the street. At least 20 people running in and out of
I'm not
cars.
showing you on board.
In pending? Or dispatched?
Just got it from Kelly.
Okay. Well, let's go over there.
Julie.
I should probably look at some of the intel because there were some gatherings being planned.
And disorderly conduct, same location, 995 East Maryland, said something at the address that you shouldn't have, and there was a group of people that were threatening to kill her dog and harm her. Multiple people threw things at the complainant.
All right.
Julie, I'm on Rose, just west of Rice.
Now, what's going on over there? Because someone just called for help over there, Rose and Rice. I'm going to pull over here in case they need us.
Traffic stop.
369.
What's it say?
Clear Julie.
Well, I don't know. It's not updated that they called for help, so I don't know. It's just right now, all it is traffic stop.
Go to the top there and see the last entry.
Yep. It says they're being backed up.
75 copy.
Bravo 549, here.
Wonder if there's a
Copy, have a good night,
that
22.
bolo that we don't know. There's a be on the alert. Look out there. Well, we're going to continue on to the Maryland and Ruth call. There was a squad asking for a backup, but the squad that was behind us just went there. So, starting to pick up. Hey Siri, what's the score of the Timberwolves game?
At halftime in Game 3 of the conference quarterfinals, the Timberwolves are losing to the Lakers, 58-54.
Close game, 58-54. Sounds like a good basketball game. I like when you can feed back some of the comments about some of the issues of the day. I think that adds to the live on patrol thing. I know you got your own individual people that text you.
Yeah. Is that what you're referring to?
No. I mean, I like the comment people, the people that don't normally get heard. They have a chance to participate.
Mm-hmm.
What day did, I don't know, we helped out Minneapolis police on a case there earlier this week. I can't remember what day it was. You kind of lose track of all these
yeah.
things. You know, but
shoot.
Stand by for impact.
Clear.
Darren, did you see the update to the Maryland call?
Still not been dispatched.
It says update. We're headed out there. I haven't seen the update, but we are headed that way.
The comp is at White Bear and Hawthorne.
Yeah, I'm here right now, and there's a lot of people outside, a lot of vehicles.
Obvious. Looking for one of the newest updates.
Alright. Well, obviously keep your distance, Abby, for another year and a half.
There's 2 calls there, 2 DOCs. I'm not seeing anything crazy back here.
Abdi.
I don't know which one you're looking at, Abdi, but one of them.
Rifle.
They said someone's supposed to be walking around with a multicolored rifle.
Oh.
325 Tango.
It dispatched pretty quick.
Can I divert you to DOC, Maryland and Ruth. It looks like there's a party in the street, people running in and out of vehicles, multiple callers saying there's about 20 teenagers. One caller stating they saw someone possibly holding a multicolored rifle, not pointing it at anyone, just holding it.
This is where there were weapons.
What's the address of the party, do we know?
55 Tango copy.
No, it's hard to tell if it's the caller or when you're looking at the call notes.
Possibly 1995.
Can I get a squad in the back?
I know we've had calls on the south side of the street there.
374 is cleared for.
But 1995 does sound familiar.
Copy at 2215.
So St. Paul just dispatched that their cars were a little tied up.
Bunch of cars are just leaving out. Going eastbound Maryland where it wraps around.
Sean, are you there or just reading comments?
No, I'm sitting at Maryland and Hazel. I can see him way down at the end of the street.
Perfect, thanks. Yeah, we'll just keep the neighborhood safe. We'll let St. Paul go to the house. Everybody's got a different way of handling these calls. We
369.
I'm code 4 for medic. Indiana, 301. Adult female with a rather large gash on her forehead.
You know, you can advise and tell them to keep the noise down, go back inside. You can tell them everybody's got to go home. You can close the party down.
Sorry, there was a lot of background noise.
There's really no one way. Every officer's handled every one of these cases in a slightly different way. So we don't really know what the level of problem is. Does Omni get a new or do we get it?
This is.
I know, but what do we got here?
Yeah, this is all down.
Let's go. Well, are they going down and around?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if that makes any sense, really. Does it?
Just not wanting to do U-turns, I guess.
Alright, well, let's go see. We'll go to 1995 and see if anybody is looking for assistance.
325 Tango.
325 Tango.
76.
Advised juveniles are all running to their vehicles. 15 vehicles
There we go.
on the corner attempting to leave. Comp is at 2020 Hawthorne, advising her backyard. Motion lights just went off as well.
Here's the question, young lady.
Yeah.
Is anybody hurt?
No. No, I promise.
Nobody's hurt?
No, everybody just left.
Okay.
There was supposed to be a party and it got canceled.
Which house was it in?
Somewhere up there. I don't really remember. I wasn't there.
Alright, but nobody's hurt?
No, promise.
Alright, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. Well, we can get them all sent home. There's some more, somewhere up there, huh? And she pointed the wrong way. A lot of cars in the neighborhood here, folks. Well, I think we just tell them time to go
Somebody's
home.
carrying something here. That person right there
Okay.
is carrying something.
Just tell these guys time to go home.
Time to head out. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Time to head out. Good night.
5182 is out admin for the PD.
Good night. Head home. Now.
2835 Rice, number 913 for a missing person. Vulnerable adult with schizophrenic.
You mean you didn't meet in 20 minutes from now?
Brian Thomas, white male, blue long sleeve shirt, black pants, black slippers. Unknown if he left his foot for in a vehicle. They've checked the gas station in the complex and haven't found him.
Yeah, that young blonde girl in the first car was very helpful, right until you asked where the party was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right until you asked where the party was. Let's just go down the alley here, huh?
I mean, the subject is not to be aggressive.
Yeah. Good news. Neighbors called. It's only 10:20. Sounds like somebody's sniffing paint.
Yeah, it does.
Either that or they got a science project they're working on.
Yeah.
It's due on Monday. We got 2 more days to worry about it, right? Is the hobby store open on Sunday? Yeah, those are the days. Science projects with your children.
Indeed.
You know, you always want your kid to do well, right? So you want to help them and you want to teach them, but you don't want to give them too much help, right?
Right.
But you also don't want, you want your kid to have a good project, right? Get a good grade.
Oh, yeah.
So where's that balance between a science project and... I'm not sure where the balance is. I have never really figured it out. Never really found the balance. I always helped more than I probably should.
College, where?
Yeah.
You know, but I enjoyed the time. I enjoyed the time of, you know, working together on a project. There's the squad.
176, 175, can you?
Hopefully they'll
175, you can say clear.
appreciate the fact that 4 county cars kind of
Copy, clear,
moved
thank you.
everybody out of here.
272, copy suspicious. Squad to assist at St. Clair and 7th for a male that's screaming. The last 15 minutes.
My wife was always torn over how much to help or how much not to, you know, as well as I was, you know.
Always got to find that happy medium.
117, copy the suspicious 310 Marshall.
How's it going?
Avenue.
Did you call earlier or not?
Okay,
Okay, we had a party down here. We're just making sure everybody's
I
going.
was just wondering why everybody just. I was seeing lights flashing. I'm like, what the hell's going on there? I was just checking it out.
Cleaning the problem up.
Can you go get please?
Well, I don't know who called, but
4-3
It's all good.
definitely saw it. A whole bunch of y'all go down
You
there.
live in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good night.
272 for the suspicious.
I was thinking with my cousin down there at the end.
He's good, I think. Thank you. You know my wife's pretty funny though, right?
Oh, yeah. She can be downright hilarious.
So on one of those science projects along the way, I woke up in the morning, came down. You know, you have a poster board, right? 3-way poster board. You know. My wife thought maybe I was too helpful, so I came down, and guess whose picture was on the poster board?
That's funny.
She thought it was funny. She thought it was good humor. What do we got here? STK. Uber?
Hi, you Uber?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Where'd they call you to?
No, I just got this young ladies in the car.
Are they in there?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because you weren't going to the party, were you?
We're Ubering home.
Yeah, because the party's over.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Party's over, huh?
Yeah, we're trying to. We came from different ways. We're trying to figure out what we're supposed to do. We literally just got here, so.
Well, the party's definitely over.
Hey,
We got that.
what kind of a party was it?
I don't know. We didn't even get to go in. I think it was like just like high schoolers.
High school. What high school are you from?
I'm from Montemita, but this is like it was like people from. I'm talking. He's being nice.
Yeah, we're nice.
We're nice guys.
We're the friendly police.
Yeah. I don't know. Everyone on Snapchat was just posting the flyer, so we came.
Okay, but a lot of different high schools.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah,
All right, well, it's good.
it got a little wild.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, the
it did.
neighbors were calling. Gentlemen,
Yeah, and
good?
they called it off because it got
we're just
wild.
debriefing. Thanks. Yeah, there was one, but
And they said somebody was running around with a rifle.
Oh, what? No. What? I'm ready to go. Hold on. What? Are you kidding?
Nope.
that's what they said. That was the
That's
call.
what they said.
We already need St. Paul. Let's go.
We didn't know for sure if that's true, but we just come.
Okay, but Nerf Wars is going on.
Okay, that's probably what it was. Nerf wars.
I hope so.
Nerf wars. But somebody said that the rifle had a Matamida on the side of it. Matamida.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah.
I was like, that's so kidding.
Good night, ladies.
Thank you.
Take care.
Where are you going now?
We can't tell him. He's going to shut it down.
Hey, what's your friend's name over there? What is it? Dariah, let me ask you a question. Does her car smell inside? Well, look at all the Christmas, the air fresheners you got up there. What do you got, about 12 of them? What are they?
Oh, these. I'm not supposed to have those up.
What are they? Well, it
We
does
don't
obstruct
care.
your vision a little
We
bit.
don't
Are
care.
you guys undercover?
Yeah, we're undercover.
Oh, okay, period.
Yeah, undercover. We're the party police.
Really?
Yeah, we sneak into parties. Do you think they recognize us?
Yeah.
They call us the party pooper police.
See you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good night. You gotta have fun in this job.
Oh yeah. Plus, people like the one girl said, "Don't talk to the police," and the other one said, "They're being nice," right?
And next thing you know, she was talking to us too.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. If you're from Matamita, is that Nicole? Nicole's on some. Oh shit! I think it was Burr and Lawson.
272. 272.
Where are you at, Nick?
Just hold the 1017. They're taking in the country.
60 copy.
All right, yeah, I didn't tell you. You might want to go on the main. It's up to you. Totally.
Bravo 753, have you dog and harm heard?
We're good here. Is that really going back to the car?
Somebody gonna roll and help her?
260 and 227.
I'm out with Nicole. We have the male that ran in custody. Go check on the car.
Thank you, Sean.
The incident took place at
Between Sean and Darren, they get from A to B pretty quick.
Yeah, they do.
A to B. So Nicole was out. Traffic stop over there on Burr and Lawson. Somebody ran. You were hearing Nicole running after him. Sean McManus was with her.
325 Tango. If there was a party out here in the street, it's been dispersed, it appears.
It's dispersed. County dispersed. The party pooper squad. The party pooper squad dispersed the party.
We got it covered for you guys.
175, you can stay there.
And we built some community relationships.
Copy 10-8. Thank you, guys.
Clear right.
We would have gone. We would have if we would have blowed the mind of her passenger if we would have gave her a Deputy Dallas gift card.
Copy with this one back on a suspicious 529 Otis Avenue. Male across the street is screaming for help, possibly in the house closer to the Mississippi River.
Oh, 529 Otis.
161, copy your backing 2228.
2328. If you just joined us, yeah, sometime tomorrow, Sunday, you got to go back and listen to our earlier conversation. Sometime between 9:30 and 10:20 about some important issues. Encryption, Hennepin County Attorney, etc. Glad to have Darren back this week.
Definitely.
When he's gone on vacation, takes a valuable tool off the street.
When we get by the M&H, if you wouldn't mind making a stop, I'd appreciate it.
What are you saying?
I need to.
What are you
make
saying?
a pit stop. I need to go to the little
Are we
office.
changing tires? You changing tires?
1179.
We're going to drive by the Mexican consulate. Remember, I told you they invited us over. Been there once before, many years ago, but
one of the parties who lives here posted on Snapchat loaded firearm.
met a couple of
He has a permit to carry.
the consulate's assistants. They were very, very pleasant to talk to. DLC on Livingston there.
This is 33 Old Highway 8 for disturbance on music coming from apartment 205.
Just past the old East team there on the fire station. Flandreau and 7th. Home of the Immortal, Free the Firehouse 7, or what was it? How many was it?
5.
Firehouse 5? I don't know. Little target practice in the precincts probably was frowned upon to then and now. Well, I don't know if they would have got disciplined if they hadn't shot the Chief's picture off the wall.
119.
There's a lot of good old stories we could tell, Pat. Well, half of them would involve you, so maybe we won't tell it. But do you remember when one of our teammates decided to, I'm not going to say who, fly by Nichols and Myers squad, 110 squad, and get in a pursuit?
No.
Midnight. See, Nichols and Myers work 110. And I tried to work 115, but sometimes I was down to 111. But one of our Irish friends, who shall remain nameless, decided to zoom by him, and they had a 1 mile pursuit. Yeah, well, that was, we're talking 1979, folks, so it's 46 years ago. I think there's a statute of limitations.
Definitely.
But I can say with good certainty that while Dave Myers might have chuckled a little bit, Jim Nichols didn't think it was that funny.
300.
When you have a moment, can you call the comm center supervisors, please?
Copy.
2233.
Can you break me and put me on an AOA with state using the same address, 84 Livingston?
Copy, 84 Livingston.
When do you think summer's going to start?
I kind of like them this spring.
Really?
The squads are back for 1542 Market Street.
1542 Market.
Daughter's classmate showing up at town's address, saying her parents kicked her out. She's a 12-year-old female.
Okay. We'll let the PD handle that one.
Can you send me that?
Copy at 2234.
Well, a longtime backseater, Lisa Kroner, who we also know from the State Fair, wants us to give a shout out to her mom, Roxy, who starts chemo Monday morning at Woodwinds Hospital. And Lisa's oldest niece, Lily, came to town for that.
Not to interrupt you, but we are at 7th and Forest, which is near, I think it's the anniversary, isn't it, of Jerry Vick's death?
Dangerous condition, White Bear County.
I think
no, it's May 6th.
Well, I know. I mean, my point is it's coming up.
Yes, it is.
My apologies. Dangerous condition,
coming
White
up.
Bear and County Road E, Echo Caller, saw a vehicle making a legal left
Terrible
turn.
thing. I don't know what you.
A lot of yelling.
I'm trying to think. When's the golf tournament?
5 minutes ago. Flirt yelling as well.
I think they filled it up already. But
X3128 comes back to a 2,300 hours.
Just patrolling through the neighborhood that Jerry Vick was shot and killed. Terrible, terrible tragedy.
Monday, June 2nd.
312
is the golf tournament.
Correct.
And May 6th is the date. I always remember Ryan and Jones, but I forget Jerry's exact date sometime.
Copy at 2235.
It was May 6th, just after 2 in the morning. ...2005. Unbelievable. 20
oh, that's
years.
right. It's a 20-year anniversary coming up. That's what I was thinking.
Unbelievable. Sometimes it feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah. Well, such a nice man.
Yeah, it was.
You know, just a wonderful, wonderful man.
3 Colgan, send me Nevada. Squad 318 to back.
Copy for noise complaint at 1833 Nevada. Loud party in the backyard at 2236.
1833 Nevada, loud party in the backyard. It's just east of White Bear Avenue there. There'll be a lot of loud party calls, I think.
Oh yeah, especially with graduation coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at some of the
441 Robert. 2 inches or so.
some of the intel we have on where some of the Airbnb parties might be. While you're in here changing tires.
Tango.
268 Tango.
Can you send us the noise complaint?
310, copy the DOC with 370 to back at 226 Frank Street. A few different callers on this one.
226 Frank.
One caller stated that they were assaulted by the landlord. Hit with the door.
Copy.
Landlord was refusing to leave.
Oh.
It's all you.
All
I'll
right.
be here. Let's see what we can.
I'll be back.
We can hook up.
Want anything?
For the noise complaint,
Not right now.
that
I'll
was
have to
back
stop
in pending.
later.
Did you handle that already? Does any of you cleared out?
You can send it back to me. I have multiple state squads out with me. I was rolling through the area.
Copy.
So I'm going to take a look. We have a amazing intelligence unit that keeps us posted on all sorts of stuff. By the way, nice story in the Fox News about some St. Paul police officers helping students overcome obstacles in their life. Toy Vixavon and others that are working in the community. Great story there. Great work, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys. So you remember Fahim Miller, also known as Obama. His the second charged suspect in that case just got convicted and is going to be sentenced. He pled guilty. And Fahim, who you've met on this Live on Patrol many times in the last couple of years, was murdered a year ago. So tomorrow is Fahim's anniversary of his death. And their family is going to hold a balloon release at 3 p.m. to commemorate his passing. And if you're part of the ops group, ladies and gentlemen, do not show up, because that just causes conflict.
You break me for an AOA with the state, Fourth and Sibley.
They're going to reveal the location to their own friends. But sometimes the ops drive by and taunt them. So that was fast. Jesus, Pat.
Yeah.
What's going on?
268 Tango.
I was just giving an update on Obama's anniversary. What did you say? Maybe he's going to be at the State Patrol. Hey, as long as you're here, why don't you do a few shout-outs? I'm going to run in then. Do you mind?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Right, and then we might want to check out if that squad's going over to Raspberry Island. Who's working tonight? Nicole or no?
Well, we know Nicole is.
No, in here.
Oh, I'm having a mental block. That guy who's always here. Yeah.
Sean? No?
No, the sergeant.
210. 629 right.
629 or 9171. On 6910 Albert Ruggles Avenue. A juvenile complaint. There's 9 juveniles. Last seen headed northbound toward Roselawn. Car also heard an explosion that saw them running.
Well, we've got quite a list of shout-outs tonight. I'm going to get done here.
Not 2242.
Someone coming.
2242.
Yeah, on May 1st, there's going to be a wreath ceremony at the Maplewood Police Department
329 cancel.
for Sergeant Joe Bergeron.
329.
That is the,
329 copy.
wow. That'll be the 15th anniversary of his murder. He was murdered by a carjacking suspect on May 1st of 2010.
Charlie, Papa.
That was about 2 weeks before I retired. That was a crazy day. Very, very dark day.
310.
179.
Start medics.
179.
Adult female conscious breathing. Post exposures and code for an arrival.
You said they're cleared in?
Caller is anonymous.
David.
AKA Charlotte.
Copy. Staging medics at 2243.
Okay, I'm trying to find these here. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
318.
On Friday, May 9th, the Ramsey County Sheriff's Foundation is going to be hosting a fundraising event from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the patrol station in Arden Hills to support their canine units with training, equipment, and supplies. For more information, please check out the RamseySheriffsFoundation.org for more information. Caressa Rebel of New York had her first baby, a girl, with love from your big sister, now Auntie Joanne Meza. Hi.
I've been following you guys.
Thank you.
I wanted to meet you guys so bad. I kept on saying it online, actually.
Well,
Let's do this, though. Get out of the car, Pat. We got to get a picture in front.
What is
Not a
it?
picture.
Missy? Okay, nice to meet you.
At Robert and Plato with a Kia SUV, no plates. Driver has a felony warrant. 318.
Copy Robert and Plato. There's both cars with
212 in the plate. It's gonna be Zulu Mike Robert 1044.
Copy 441 and custody. Copy the plates. Calling attention.
268 Tango, we're in the air. Can you put my clothes on?
Thanks, Missy.
212. It's a felony
Thank
theft
you very
warrant,
much.
but I still will take one more car.
Copy. 329 cancel 30.
I'm going to get these finished off here.
Oh, yeah, please pound away. Pound away.
Caressa Rebel of New York had her first baby, a girl.
Okay.
Her big sister is now an auntie, Joanne Meza, or Meza. Happy anniversary to Todd and Lori Lean, 20 years on May 6th. Love from son Trevor and your sisters Jean and Carol. Robert Lodge turned 60 on April 17th. Love from your son Nicholas, who's a friend of ours. Terry Van Wormer of Salmon, Indiana, turned 67 on April 14th. Elaney Irene sends her love and a happy 50th to her friend Kristen Alicia.
What do you think the city logo for Salmon, Indiana is? Is it a fish or like a slightly off pink?
It's going to be a fish. No. South Bend. That's my guess. Claire Moon turned 40 on April 19th. Elaney is dispatcher number 105 at our ECC. Celebrated her birthday April 20th. Thank you for all you do, Elaney. Our friend Anita Marone, April 28th. Love from your friend Cindy Doherty.
There we go.
And our friend Cindy Doherty. Happy birthday, Michael Broderick, April 27th, from your friend Stormy. Dave Doffing turns 80 on the 25th, from Lisa and all your family. Linda Bell turns 77, April 24th. Love from Danny Satter. And Tracy Pignato, a member of our civilian staff, celebrates her April 25th birthday with the Backseaters tonight. Tracy, we love you. Thanks for riding with us. And thanks for getting my ID card that I dropped back to me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, who recovered that? Some guy? Who recovered that ID card?
That was one of her coworkers. I can't remember his name.
Copy.
Very good. 2247.
Well, somebody already created Party Pooper Police. We are undercover for us. All right, Daniel.
Party Pooper Police.
I look far more muscular than I really am in this picture.
No, don't give that away.
I look kind of rugged.
Don't tell anybody. You know, the thing about it is...
200 squad for 212 traffic stop.
Nicole's got an arrest. When she gets back on the street, we're going to switch her. Rev Spence is out of town. So you football fans, what do you think about us drafting a guard? Number 74 from Ohio State. I mean, he's supposed to be an amazing athlete, and maybe we do need better pass protection. Although I don't know if that was totally our reason for losing, but maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, the poor kid didn't expect to get drafted in the first round. He wasn't even available for comment. So, I trust our coach, Kevin O'Connell. I trust him.
Our jobs have been removed.
Did you hear they're thinking of, this was in the news yesterday, they're thinking of bringing Cousins back, get him a 1-year contract as the backup to J.J. McCarthy.
Huh.
And they think, and Cousins is the kind of guy that could actually help people learn, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's the kind of guy that people could learn from.
Did you hear what they have here?
I have no idea, but that's obviously a medical, so I don't know if someone got hit or was just overdose or out in the street. Hard to say. You find it?
I did, but I clicked on the wrong thing.
Center White Bear Squad, looking back 9173 for a DOC at 2055 County Road E Echo at the Speedway. There's an altercation between 2 females and a male in the parking lot. All parties are intoxicated, about 18 to 19 years old.
Well, there's a lot of intoxication going on today.
Yes, there is. Oh, this was the person who said they were pepper sprayed.
Why don't you read a little bit, so?
That's it. That's all it says.
That's it, they were pepper
Out
sprayed?
with one saying they were pepper sprayed.
Copy 4339.
Well.
No details.
No details.
Thank you, 2250.
You know, and that's the kind of thing that not the biggest incident,
yeah,
but concerning to people who might be in the area. Somebody getting pepper sprayed,
yeah,
and with encryption, you'd have no idea it had happened.
Well, even if there's a shooting, wouldn't you like to know that You're going through a neighborhood, your kid's going to be in a certain area, they live in an area, and there's shots being fired. Come on, right?
For real.
And I don't want to know that one on a delay. Folks, we're talking about St. Paul's plans to encrypt their frequencies, which Pat and I, of course, have never been a favor of encryption. We think the negative outweighs the positive.
Absolutely.
Doesn't part of you want to know why he's carrying her? Did you not see that?
I'm sorry?
Does part of you want to know why he's carrying her?
I missed it. I was looking at the...
Oh, we got to go back. You back see there's a saw on the right side this man was carrying her. If I didn't know better, I'd say across the threshold of their wedding. But in this particular case, I don't think that's what it was. He was carrying her across the street. Oh, then they went to the right up there. Must have set her down.
Just for control, Raspberry Island is clear of cars.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to ask him. Ma'am, did you consent to this man carrying you across the street? I got inquiring minds want to know.
Minnesota. Lincoln Union Rock.
I'm just leaving jail now.
Where'd they go?
Right there.
Okay. I know you're not sure you believe me, so I'll take...
Now that's love when a man carries his woman across the street. So did 10,000 other people.
Is there a special occasion? What is it? The shoes? Your feet hurt?
Clear.
All right. Well, have a good night, you guys.
Take care.
Other pay away.
You can go again?
It's the shoes, she said. The shoes.
Copy.
Yeah, those are tough to walk in.
Yeah.
Copy. The one in White Bear?
Tough.
I've always had a tough time walking in heels.
Copy. 22.
And you don't. The thing is, you don't look that good in them either. So I think you should just go with the regular flat shoes.
2365.
94 West. Just east of Lexington. Adam 614.
Copy. Westbound 694, west of Lexington at 2253.
Do you want to give a quick spot to this?
Did I hear Nicole cleared from the jail?
Yeah, I'm gonna give her a few minutes to get settled in, and then we'll send it to her for an hour. Although we're having so much fun right now, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Victoria Way, party in the park. What was that? 10:52. Can you just take a look at that one? Because I'm not. I mean, normally Victoria runs north and south, but I don't know about Victoria Way. Normally that would be in St. Paul, but I don't think there is a Victoria Way in St. Paul. So
apparently there is.
Okay.
Oh, I know exactly where they're talking about. It's down off of Montreal.
Oh,
there's
south.
a Montreal Way also.
Okay, down south. What's happening down there?
Party in the park across the street, keeping the caller awake, and they leave trash everywhere.
Okay.
There were 15 people when he last saw. Well, regarding that football player you were talking about,
yep.
Jack Harp says he's a Buckeye fan, and we're getting a beast.
Well, you know, I think J.J. McCarthy played for Michigan. Okay, I could be correct, you football fans. Pretty sure he's a Michigan guy, and I'm pretty sure he played against Ohio State in some of those Big Ten games.
Moving violation.
So the thing we got, the inside story is there any bad blood between Ohio State and Michigan? Of course, it's a whole new game when you join the pros, but
Very true.
But if you haven't watched that movie, The Sign Stealer, that was a coach for Michigan that was stealing the signs of Ohio State. You gotta watch that movie, because there could still be some bad blood about that now.
Well, one of our longtime backseaters, Paul Brom, sent me a message. I'm going to go ahead and add a couple more shout-outs in. He forgot to mention this. His oldest brother, Mark, is 70 years old today, and he's an avid backseater. He's met us quite a few times when we've had get-togethers. I remember that. And he would also like his mother, Lorna, who's going to be 90 years old on Monday, April 28th. So happy birthday, Lorna.
Happy birthday, Lorna. Well, we haven't strolled down University Avenue yet tonight, have we?
No, we have not.
Our Minnesota legislature is still meeting. There's about 3 weeks left in the session.
The sponsor assists for suspicious at 289 Good Hugh Street. There's a male walking in the middle of the street, screaming, currently walking towards the high bridge.
Our legislature has 3 weeks. They have to adjourn by May 19th. With a divided legislature and a tie in the House, they'll either work cooperatively and get something done, or they won't get anything done.
268, what did you copy?
Let's root for progress.
Something done, absolutely.
Brand new remodel of the House of Representatives offices here. The Senate is up ahead here. Brand had a new building here a few years back, and now a remodel and expansion of the Senate
267
of the House building.
227. Can I get the case number?
And the one thing I don't know, so if any of our backseaters know,
069-626.
what is going to happen to Leif Erikson Park? Because this area here, right south of the transit, the green space we have, that was Leif Erikson Park.
Really? I didn't know that.
Well, there's a statue of Leif Erikson. We're not going to get into the history, whatever, but Leif Erikson's Park has been taken over by the expansion of the Minnesota House of Representatives building. So I don't know if they're going to shrink Leif's Park. See, it used to be a big park right here. You can see some trees there. I don't know if they're going to shrink Leif's Park or they're going to eliminate it.
Alarm, 4300 West Round Lake Road.
Maybe they'll have to move Leif Erikson.
If anybody knows what's going to happen with Leif Erikson Park, let us know.
You just Google Leif Erikson so people can understand our history here in Minnesota. We're going to go up Rice Street first.
I know who he is, but not well enough to say.
Well, you know well enough to say
details.
He's a Scandinavian.
He was an explorer.
Yep. Very good.
Born in Iceland.
Okay. Died
in Greenland.
There you go. Well, he tried to get Greenland back when he was there.
You know, and what's funny is Iceland is actually the greener and warmer of the two.
We'll talk about his relation to Minnesota, his exploring. What's it say there in Wikipedia?
He is thought to have been the first European to set foot on continental America.
There you go.
Approximately half a millennium before Christopher Columbus.
So there you go. He's like part of the Vikings. But
also known as Leif the Lucky.
Leif the Lucky. There you go. Leif the Lucky. A lot of argument as to who really landed on North America first. But it's a short distance from Iceland and Greenland to Newfoundland there. So he could have been. But, of course, Columbus. Then you have other explorers, Ponce de Leon.
Squad 312. Good.
Anyhow,
Showing you a Viper and Heinz.
obviously the Scandinavian influence of the migration of Scandinavians into Minnesota has been huge, right?
Yeah.
As well as the Italians, the Polish, the Irish. But Leaf the Lucky had his own park there. I don't know. We're going to have some serious conversation. Maybe they should move Leaf's statue down in front of the sheriff's office.
There you go. We'll deputize him.
We'll put your bronze bust next to him.
Why are you going the wrong way down the road?
Well, it's an Uber. No, I'm just kidding. Some people are just lazy. Why don't you see it? We're going to ask him if he's from England. Okay, can you do that?
Absolutely.
Hello, chap. Hello, chap. Are you from England?
Hello. Are you from England?
Hell no.
We were wondering why you were driving on that side of the road.
Oh, trying to get his attention before he went in the bar.
Cheerio.
She can walk across the street next time, right?
Yeah.
Cheerio, mate.
You did very good there. You know, some of the most popular actors are British. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And they are able to perfectly master our accent.
Back 2164 for an assist 3581 Alonso Street. Caller is having issues with the apartment next to hers. Needs an assist getting into the apartment building.
3581 Alonso. I gotta charge one of these.
2164, all advised. You can rechange your call to pick.
Charge this radio up here.
Copy that. 2364, I'll keep you clear.
Copy.
By the way, I'm in the neighborhood of Samakab Hussein. I won't say where he lives, but I have to tell you, I've been very impressed with his work at the legislature. And I don't impress easy, but
5184.
the guy really works hard. Representative Samakab Hussein. And
systematic
he's not afraid to walk the walk and talk.
Boulevard at the apartments. In the first parking lot, when you enter, there's a male slumber in a white.
I don't know. His wife was pregnant, about to have their next child, and I'm not sure if they have yet. But congratulations if you did.
Absolutely.
Worked with a lot of different legislators there. Paul Novotny, very impressed as well, and Kelly Moeller, they're co-chairs on the Public Safety Committee. One's a Democrat, one's a Republican. It's tough when you got split government, but so it's more important to have people like that can work across the aisle. Which reminds me, okay, this isn't a criticism of any one thing in particular person, but the polarization of the parties in this country is still troubling to me.
Oh, absolutely.
So, in the governor's state of the state speech, which is only 25 minutes long, I was surprised it was a little longer. Nearly every time the Democrats would stand up and applaud.
Yeah.
And the Republicans weren't. Now, there was one time that everybody stood up, and that when the governor talked about stopping fraud, and the fraud that's going on. But I would think there's more items to be jointly, and I'm not saying whether it's the governor's fault or whose fault it is, but we got to find issues where everybody in the legislature can be supportive of, right? Not just one side.
And it seems to me there are many that we should all be on the same page on.
Yeah, but I think there's pressure not to stand up. sometimes, or not to applaud. It isn't even the standing up. It's just the applause thing. Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. There's your cat pet. He's looking at you. And so, yeah, I'd really like to see more commonality in those things. I watched that State of the State, and I mean, it's the same way. It doesn't matter whether it's Trump at the Capitol, and who stands up and who claps and who doesn't. It's just we just need a little more commonality. Right?
Hello.
A little more commonality. Yeah, here's my thing. You don't have to stand up, but once in a while, just clap if it sounds
9171 traffic.
reasonable.
9171.
Yeah, Barnes has been pretty good since we started working here.
100 blocks of Highway 61. Minnesota plate, King Adam Tom, 824.
Well, I just got a message.
Copy the 100 block of Highway 61 and 2307.
From T.L. Van Wormer, who says, I live in Salmon, Idaho, not Indiana. And I guarantee that the Salmon, Idaho is the fish.
Okay. Was that who sent you the message? Because you said Indiana. Maybe you just got the IDs. Let's blame it on Linders. Salmon, Idaho. I didn't think there was a Salmon, Indiana. I thought
that wouldn't have made sense.
I thought there was a light pink, Indiana.
Was that in the shout-outs?
Yes.
Okay, now I got to find it.
See if you butchered his state?
Yeah, I bet I did.
Okay, well then.
268 Tango.
Oh, yeah, he did IN instead of ID. So
okay, there we go.
Apologies to you, Terry. Of Salmon, Idaho. Turned 67 on April 14th, the day after my birthday.
Yeah, it's time for fish to start running and breeding right now. As a matter of fact, Deputy Billy Thurmer took the cat team out to explore the environment the other night. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yep, he took them right up to 96 and maybe it was County Road F. You know where the water comes from Charlie Lake to Sucker Lake to Vadnais Lake?
Okay.
Anyhow, the walleyes apparently are spawning there.
Really?
The walleyes from Vadnais Lake, they try to go up the stream. And so you put your flashlight in there, you can see, people have illegally fished there to try to catch the walleyes, spearfished or others. But he took the cat team. And Billy Thurmer is an excellent hunter and fisherman. And we're going to get him a little more exposure on Live on Patrol.
Nice.
His dad, his brother Norm, and his dad is Norm. His grandfather was a constable in the old White Bear Township days. And he's now, Billy's part of the cat team. And, but he's also an expert sportsman, outdoor. So he even knows where the walleyes spawn.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Jackson, summer at 2310. Copy. 310. Okay, sorry.
369. Your case number
Nick,
is
you want to take it for a little bit?
0697.
Yep, sounds good. 329.
3 minutes, we'll send it to you. And you know how it works. We're never guaranteed everything works right, but we'll see. And see if you can identify any rattling so we don't get any rattle complaints. Yeah, there's been, I did just see a little discussion about rattling. We only do what we can do, right?
Yep.
But once again, if we get into something while you're watching Nikki, we will hit the buttons to bring it back.
residents. Copy. 2311.
2311. That means it's 1111. That is good luck, Pat, right there. You see
Absolutely.
that on the clock? 1111. So with that, good luck.
Copy that. Oh. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Friday. Honestly, not a bad day here. End of April. It was a little bit colder today. I think it's probably because I got used to the 60 and sunny that we were having. That's alright, that'll come back. But it's about just under 50 degrees. There's not a ton of wind. So really no complaints here. I was, like I said, a little bit colder earlier. I threw a sweatshirt on, but now I've got the AC going, so just can't make up my mind apparently. I know I talk about this frequently about contacting law enforcement, calling in suspicious, suspicious activity that's around your neighborhood, because you guys know it better than what any of us do. Even though we work this every day, it's totally different when you live in the neighborhood. That being said, I stopped a car tonight that came from a concerned citizen of a problem area that we've been focusing on. Our unit has been focusing on. So I ended up stopping a car that was around the area. I'd known the car had frequented that house before, and the passenger gave a fake name.
2160 has your guys' status on scene.
And while I was running name checks on him, he got out of the car. I told him to get back in. He's like, well, I gotta use the bathroom. Which is a very normal and commonly used excuse when people are trying to, maybe pre-planning their flight type of a thing. But he got back in the car, and within probably 4 seconds, he got back out of the car and started running away from the vehicle. So I chased after him.
5182.
I joke about how stubborn I am. Well, foot chases are definitely a prime example of that. So I chased after him for about a block and a half, and McManus was in a great spot. Actually pulled up and intercepted him at an intersection about 2 blocks from where he had started. He fell coming around the corner, so we took him into custody. He had a few warrants, so he went to jail. But he was nice enough to compliment me on how fast he was, or how fast I was, he said. Told me over and over again how he didn't expect me to be so fast, and I told him it's just stubbornness. It's not actually being fast.
Lane, apartment 202, loud music.
No Ashley or Bebe tonight. They are actually at the vet right now. Bebe coughed up kind of some, or I guess more so threw up some what looked like blood about an hour ago. So Ashley took her into the emergency vet just to make sure that everything is good to go and try to figure out why that happened. She actually had her at the vet earlier today to check in on the scratch that she had on her eye. She had a clean bill of health then. So super weird. She was 100% completely normal, eating, playing, using the bathroom, not lethargic. Her stomach didn't seem to hurt her at all, so not really sure what was going on with that. So she's at the vet right now figuring that out. I have full confidence that she will be fine. Obviously, it's just a little bit, scary and worrisome for Ashley.
8196 Tango arriving.
It probably didn't help that I joked that maybe we should call her Lemon from now on. But there's no fun and no harm in a good joke.
67, Penny.
But she should be certified and ready to go work the street beginning of May.
4889 Old Highway 8, number 120.
Code 4 the canceled driver.
Okay, code 4 is canceled.
Your incident has been updated. New message.
Thanks to everybody who bought the canine stuffies or engaged even with the posts on Facebook. I'm not sure how many they sold today, but I was told that a handful of people are asking for the Bebe stuffies. So those will be coming soon. But everybody at the sheriff's office appreciates the support.
370.
No matter which unit it's for. We're all part of the same team, and anything that we can do to make them, parts of our unit better, or parts of our department better, it's a win in my book. My voice is a little hoarse from yelling at that guy, so my apologies. Our unit, other than that, has been pretty consistently busy. I would say over the past 2.5 months, we've probably averaged about 2 residential warrants a week. And that may not sound like a ton, but when we're down a body right now with Ashley being at canine school, the workload's a lot more for 2 people between Sarah and I. So there's a lot of work that goes into those residential warrants. I believe every warrant that we've done, every warrant and arrest that we have done in the past 2 months, we've recovered at least 1 firearm every time.
2818 has Asbury on the missing person, cars on the ran away around 2200.
A few days ago, we arrested a juvenile with a
7 years old.
Couple juveniles in a vehicle. 2 firearms were recovered. One of them had been brought into school as well.
Unknown DOT from there. We do also have another pending call.
So obviously that's a huge safety concern for us, something that we feel we need to act very quickly on. That firearm was also stolen out of St. Paul, out of a work truck. So just another reminder, if you're going to carry your firearms, make sure they're secured. Make sure you're not leaving your work vehicles unlocked, even if it's just for 5 minutes to walk into a house or do whatever. They get into I don't think there's bad intent with that kind of negligence or even just complacency, but that's a lot of ways that juveniles are getting their hands on firearms that they shouldn't have.
I'm replacing 5181 and 5180 there. Where?
Someone run clear for a plate to see if the on a street here north of Uni. Yeah, they log in quick roll, you know.
The sheriff swore in a new academy class today. I didn't meet the entire class, but I have had some interactions with a few of the new hires. We definitely got pretty lucky with some of the people that we hired.
Tango clear report.
So tons of people from different backgrounds.
New message. New message.
Lots of people that speak different languages.
You're looking for hits along Uni, you said? Well, we don't know how to read it that well, but it looks like it might have been towed on April 9th. But you're looking for hits anywhere that where it might be parked. He lost his car. He wasn't really all there. April 7th?
New message. New message. New message.
David Adam. Hold on, Indiana.
New message. New message.
Can I have somebody float to like 1-6? I'll stand by. Genesee and Buffalo area. Got a vehicle that is running. I can't tell if it's on, but the plate's not coming back to the right one. It's out of state, so I don't know if it's an issue with me or if an issue with the plate. No, it's a brand new Cadillac Escalade SUV. It's parked just west of 187 Genesee in the alleyway facing southbound. I pulled up behind it and it hasn't moved, but I'm running it. Comes back to a Toyota Corolla.
Only reason I asked if there was if he was a non-return rental oil stone.
I'll call you right back.
New message. New message. New message. New message. Incident assigned.
Yeah, this one in the alleyway. I'm in the alleyway behind it. I just pulled a stop.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
Just trying to run that
New message.
last letter a different way. Hang on one second.
Your incident has been updated. New message.
He's trying to drive out of this. We can get another squad over here. I think we got him blocked in. Move up, Sean. Locking him in here. I'm gonna go to 3. Pursuit. 187 Genesee, I got a car fleeing from there. We're eastbound on Granite, coming up to Old Orient. It's a gray Escalade, plates don't match, black male driver. Buffalo, southbound Buffalo, and black male driver, about 30 years old, black puffer jacket, light colored pants. Yep, if you're overhead, we'll shut our lights off. Thank you, Trooper.
Northbound Sycamore.
Northbound Sycamore, Ramsey County, matching with 1 for pursuit.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
He was westbound on 1 street north of Winnipeg, I believe. I shut it down because he was going the wrong way.
2028, I'm behind it again. Northbound right. Through front.
Your incident has been updated.
Copy, northbound right.
Your incident has been updated.
Speed 50, pass on the wrong side of the road. Still northbound. Up to jet line.
Your incident has been updated.
From right.
And southbound Lester from Maryland.
Your incident has been updated.
From Cook, southbound from Cook, now still Lester.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been
39,
updated.
21, 39.
Western coming up to Como. Southbound Western Como.
Might be trying to get back to the 7800 block of Sherburne.
Continuing with the Thomas. Still southbound Western for Thomas.
Your incident has been updated.
Western now at University. And westbound at University from Western. Vehicle slowing down. Pulling over.
Updated.
And
Your incident has been
Right on.
updated.
Copy, vehicle. Negative, holding it at 1. 10-2.
Your incident has been updated.
28 driver, I am
Your
on the
incident
ground.
has been
Past check
updated.
point.
Copy, driver on the ground, passenger someplace.
Your
Squad
incident
down.
Your incident
For the
has been
363
updated.
University.
Copy, in front of 363 unit.
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
Careful at Western University on the traffic coming in.
2771. 2771. In this block, go back to 187 or 187 Tennessee. You go around the block. The consult now first started this pursuit.
Three 328.
Squad to check out 187 Justice.
Best again.
27 Genesee. We first came out, we went westbound Genesee, northbound, and then eastbound again and back around the block. 2028 that was up and on the vehicle that we were going out the block the first time.
Your incident has been updated.
Westbound 94, west of McKnight, Mary Victor 255.
Copy, westbound 94, west of McKnight, 2337.
They're gonna have to defer him out. 2028. Taking the passenger to custody. Other squads coming can slow, we got enough help.
Copy, taking passenger to custody. Squads can slow, continue to hold the air.
We're going for you. Thank you, Trooper, for the help.
Copy, code 4. Do we still need the air?
Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated. Your incident has been updated.
Road E, who's
Trooper 4 St. Paul will be clear.
Updated.
thank you for your assistance. Ramsey County is dropping the pass with LTAC 1.
Your incident has been updated.
Between 771. You still need the air? Thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
New message.
Copy. Canceling the 10-2 at 2329.
Your incident has been updated.
Sorry, go ahead, Odie.
I'm pulling off to Genesee. You got a more specific spot or what it was or anything?
So we are at the end of Nicole's pursuit. You can see actually Sean's car is in the front there, and the helicopter actually helped follow it. It looks like they had the element of surprise at the end here.
Of Nicole's pursuit.
So you got Billy Thurmer there, Sean McManus, Abdi, and Nicole. Joel Odegaard is going to help with at the other end. Well, Darren's there too.
That looks like a brand new Cadillac Escalade.
We like that. We can take one of those. Pat, you can drive that or the BMW.
I'll take this.
Incident assigned.
Really? How do we get assigned? We got assigned. See, this is the thing, Pat. Does that automatically happen? I don't mind, but I'm just saying we got a 22, 70, 55.
Yep.
Somebody's watching.
Because of the, I think because of the location.
Okay.
It'll do it.
Okay. It's all good. 2 in custody. Hope you got a little... Nicole lost sight of it for a little bit because the helicopter thought they had it, but the helicopter, I think, was mistaken for a minute, right?
Yep.
Sounded like?
Yep.
And so, but Sean thankfully reacquired it, and then the helicopter could get it again. We were driving the periphery in anticipation. Should try to get the street open, huh? I'll go up there and see. Do a little talking here.
Well, this was a hell of a good job by Nicole, Sean, the trooper overhead. Good job all the way around.
What's for midnight DOT 278 Tango on 1. One 7-1.
What's that one?
176. 176. 183.
83.
184 Tango.
All right.
What would you call that? A semi-pit? A partial pit?
You know, it's funny you asked that. You know, I call it a 1/4 pit.
And Sean said, well, that's a big truck. I think he pushed it over to the curb, but then it wasn't going any further. But I think he just kind of locked it in with what he did there.
Nicely done.
Yeah, it was great work. Great work by everybody. The whole team out there. The whole cat and gun team out there. It was all good. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. St. Paul Police showed up and helped for the perimeter in case they bail. I'm surprised they didn't bail.
Yeah, me too.
But they may not have known that they were still being pursued.
Right.
That's the thing about turning it over to the helicopter. So what you heard there, Nicole found this suspicious car. They were trying to block it in, and then all of a sudden that didn't work, so there was a pursuit on. She was in a pursuit. The helicopter was overhead, but we think the helicopter may have acquired the wrong car. We're not positive, only he would know. But then they lost the car. And Sean McManus re-picked it up, and the helicopter got it again. And so they could turn their red lights off and let the helicopter follow it down Western.
And it was suspicious because the plates did not match the vehicle.
Correct. Plates didn't match, but Nicole, to her credit, has a few addresses she knows that are always into criminal activity. And she monitors those.
She knows her stuff.
So, it's all good. Now she's got a prisoner, so we're going to take him back. We try not to reveal too much of the conversation with the prisoners.
Loud party since 300.
That was a good group, though. You know, you got Nicole, Cody, Darren,
Billy Thurmer.
Sean, Billy Thurmer. It's a good group. You're not going to escape that group.
No. Definitely not.
221. You break me and bring me out in 229. Call. Copy.
Got here, kid. Kitty. Whoa, there's a good jump.
Whoa, that was a good jump.
3914.
I know you guys are all kind of tied up on the call right now. We do have a couple of calls in pending. One is an AOA, the welfare check at Silver Lake, and then we also have a disturbance at 2112 11th. That one is just loud based coming with the address.
Well, I believe
Chickasaw County is requesting a
the LTACs are going to stay unencrypted.
I think that's true.
So when there are pursuits or major incidents, we'll be able to share that.
387.
Well, still, I mean, what people really want to know is what's going on in their neighborhood. Right?
I know.
Well, don't give up yet, Ben.
I'm trying to look at the silver linings.
What the hell? You're in a rainstorm with lightning and thunder, and you're... That lightning bolt didn't hit me.
389, cancel 387.
387, you can stay clear.
Copy, thank you.
At 2348.
Really needs to be the policy makers of the cities.
That guy was the same guy that said that he saw 3 people with guns earlier.
Not,
from he may be in some sort of
psychosis.
psychosis.
The police needs to be the policy makers that are elected by the people that make the final decision.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons we're alerting you to the potential change.
119, copy the domestic with a squad back, 219 Lexington Parkway North for an ex-girlfriend with seasonal leave. She's currently in a black vehicle with a history of property damage. Then Anya Jones, born in 2000, black female, wearing a red shirt. 116, copy her back, 2349.
Just investigate.
Copy 69, okay.
Well, let me just say, you're not going to escape that crew, right?
Got that right.
You're not going to escape that crew we got working tonight.
Wolves 116 to 104 over the Lakers.
They won? Is it over?
I think so.
That's amazing. Let's see if it's over. Bet it is.
I'm thinking it is.
The Ant must have had an amazing game.
Yep, that's the final, 116 to 104. So they're up 2 to 1, right?
They are. That is amazing. Both of them. Wow.
And it's the first one to 4 wins, right?
Correct. Well, there's some excitement in Minnesota.
For sure.
Let's check out the Foundry here, see what's happened with our friends at the Foundry.
You've been this coming in front of 994 3rd. Oh, this is one vehicle.
Copy, is it occupied?
994 3rd. Stolen vehicle. Not occupied, is what we said. Let's see what our...
Can you have Lima, Charlie, Yankee?
Looks like a busy night at the Foundry.
Yeah, it does. We're right.
Gonna hit that car behind you. Food trucks are out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Over Maplewood Plaza, medics are responding to 2080 Prosperity Road North. 35-year-old male conscious breathing. He's vomiting tonight. 20.
We can let all the trucks clear out a little bit.
I wonder if they're just closing.
I don't know. But we've clearly had an impact on people. It's nice that they can still sell onesies for every size. I think the food truck, I think that's what happens. They drink and then they come out and grab the food truck. How's everybody?
How you doing?
How's the food?
Is
Is it closing?
Yeah, well,
How you doing?
Oh, it just seems like everybody's coming out. I gotta see that outfit.
Are you being a creep?
No, I'm not being a creep. Who is that on that outfit?
In this outfit?
Yeah.
Nobody you know.
Well, I might be, but I just wonder, is there some particular musician or something? What's up, Mikey? I was asking her who's that outfit honoring, but she won't tell me. Good to see you.
See you. Timing could not have been better.
Everything good? You just closing up or what?
No. Jess and I are working tonight.
I see that.
Let's get called today.
Yeah, well,
Been quiet out there? Been good here?
you know, it's quiet, but you can tell there's a lot of people out. You got the Timberwolves. You have the game on when you're in here? You do? Okay.
Yeah.
So they just wrapped up a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, they won big at the end. They pulled away at the end and won big.
That's cool.
Nice.
So I can tell you.
I'm going to back up 2 feet just so this car doesn't hit me. That food truck seems popular over there, huh?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Huge difference maker.
Yeah. What do you have inside?
She's down at the LEC sometimes.
Who?
That food truck.
Oh, yeah. Do you have chips and stuff inside or not?
Chips and frozen pizza, yeah.
Frozen pizza? Okay.
They're closing up now, but yeah, it's a huge difference maker.
Yeah, it's good to get that draw. What time does he show up?
She usually gets here about 7.
Okay, so you got the pre-game food too.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a good way to go. Good way to go.
Other than that, life's good.
Yeah.
A little quieter than I like it to be, but you know, a lot less problems. So.
There's good and bad to everything, isn't there?
Mike, how long have you owned this?
So I've actually owned it. It'll be 6 years this fall. I ran it for about 4 years prior to that. So yeah, thank you. But I've been here for 35 years.
Oh, so then you know my friend Jackie Hidala.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I actually was just in here the other day.
Yep.
Love Jackie. Yep. Matter of fact, I'm waiting for her to stop in and I see her again. Actually, I was going to text you the other day. I'd like her to work one night a week.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
She's good.
260, copy this. At 1566. Albemarle for a male that's yelling at a female in front of the house and push her down the street.
We got a group coming in. I know that are playing bingo, and I'm going to get done with that. Try to wrap up tonight.
Really? Okay. Well, we'll be back.
All right. Sounds good. We'll be here all night.
Yeah, thanks for coming to say hi. Appreciate it. Thank you. Dee's Street Food Menu.
Fletcher.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Oh, we're just trying to get a taco.
How you been?
Good. How about you?
I'm good.
Good. What's happening?
All right, chilling.
Chilling?
Got rid of that green machine, man. Some people drove all the way up from damn near Canada to buy it.
Really?
Yeah, my Tahoe, the green one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You bought it?
Yeah, I let it go. I'm a granddad now, man. I gotta start piping down.
Yeah, good for you. Car seats.
Pickup truck, overall, straw hats.
All right.
Pole.
Car seats. Car seats. Don't forget car seats.
See you later.
Dee's Street Food Menu. Well, you know the thing about that, I think it's a nice looking sign, right? It's not like handwritten, it's very professional.
Yep.
What does that tell you? That the food's probably professionally made too. Isn't it amazing how a sign can dictate something like that?
Oh yeah. Sends the message.
I don't know what he's doing over there. It's really weird. There's 3 of them. They're running. Something's going on. look like homeless guys mostly, but just weird. That's that guy if he's holding up the tree. Or maybe he was run over the bus.
Oh, this guy's still on the tree.
But two of them were here and they ran across the street.
So now there's just one.
Why do you think he's got his foot on the tree stump? Hey, you holding up the tree or what? What's going on? Huh? The bus? Okay. I thought you were holding up the tree.
Copy 7 included. Is there a response right away?
Well, let's get our radio squared away. That's on 2, this is on 1, and you got 3.
I'll get on the state too.
Lately, I've just been trying to pretend I'm not going to stop on these red lights. Just to see if you'll say something.
No, when you start coming up to a red light, I just look at the computer.
I noticed that, yeah. Can you train my wife in that?
You can clear my report. Send me that nose disturbance and one house. Go for it.
Copy, go for it. Copy, would you like me to start you in a second?
3-4. All advice for now.
Copy that, 20.
Copy,
go for it, 666.
Copper clear.
9.
Well, pull that back just a hair.
Perfect.
I gotta get it. I have to get a permanent fix.
Clear Dakota. Skyline traffic stop and the 4th degree, please.
Yep.
At midnight.
Perfect.
Okay.
You clears flash with 329.
So I have a reporter that sent us an article that was on tonight's news on Channel 11. And you can go to the Care 11 website. It's I think the reporter probably was listening to our conversation earlier, but just keeping us informed. Pat said, someone from the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association was going to be on it. We haven't watched the story. Just so we only are in a position to maybe read what's on the story, but we did talk earlier about the fact that we're very troubled that Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty did not charge the person that damaged 6 cars at $20,000 in damage, and how difficult it makes it for cops when you don't hold people accountable in the justice system. And we work hard to solve crimes, to hold them accountable, and then the county attorney just doesn't charge them. And I'm very familiar with the process. You can charge and then work on a diversion or a suspended sentence, a deferred sentence. There are many different options after charging, but people should be charged when there's $20,000 worth of damage. And but now apparently there's a new controversy. She's got as many controversies as Trump has. So, and obviously completely different, but this is the controversy. I'm just going to read. I'm going to pull over for a minute. I'm going to read from the Care 11 story. Care 11, you can look it up yourself. I'm not going to play the story, but prosecutors in Hennepin County to consider race in plea deals under the new policy written by Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. At least one constitutional law professor believes the policy would be unconstitutional, even if it was written with deliberate ambiguity to avoid those issues. Starting Monday, prosecutors in the Hennepin County will be required to consider race when offering plea deals, according to a new policy from County Attorney Mary Moriarty. Now, I can't even believe I just read that paragraph. You're gonna be required to consider race as whether or not you're going to charge somebody. A constitutional law professor warns the policy could be deemed unconstitutional if challenged in court, even if Moriarty's office intentionally crafted the policy to avoid those legal issues. Care 11 reporter received a copy of the policy from sources inside Moriarty's office. Looks like the story was done by Lou Ragoose, who received a copy. My phone just keeps taking me to a different place. All right. The document's entitled Negotiations Policy for Cases Consideration for Prosecutors to Take as they negotiate and offer resolutions to criminal defendants in the form of plea deals, including the race and age of the defendant. Let me just read that again. Negotiation policy for cases involving adult defendants lays out several considerations for prosecutors to take as they negotiate and offer resolutions to criminal defendants in the form of plea deals, including
the vehicle
the race
clear of the road. We're going to be in
turn it down a little bit.
Can you change this to
While racial identity and age are not appropriate grounds for departures from the Minnesota sentencing guidelines, proposed resolution should consider the person charged as the whole person, including the racial identity of age. So what she's saying in her policy is the state sentencing guidelines recognize that those should not be considered, but she wants them considered. While they should not be controlling, they should be part of the overall analysis. I don't have the document. Right now I'm reading from Lou Ragoose's story, Channel 11. Racial disparities harm our community, lead to distrust, and have a negative impact on community safety. By the way, nobody disagrees with that. But there are other ways other than giving favoritism in charging. Prosecutors should be identifying and addressing racial disparities at decision points, as appropriate, one section policy states. So then it goes on to talk about how it might be unconstitutional. You can read it yourself. But I just want to say outside of my office, I have a Lady Justice. You know the Lady Justice statue, right?
Yep.
My dad bought that, and he gave it to me before he passed away. And I have this, the lady, I think, what's it called? Blind Justice. Blind Justice.
Justice is blind.
Justice, but the name of the statue, and I forget it was, I'm just going to look it up. And you've all seen the scales of justice. Law and Order starts out with that every time. Do-do-doom. But, so here's the problem. Tomorrow, Monday, okay. So, the Blind Justice statue. The blindfolded Lady Justice statue, often referred to as justice, symbolizes the impartiality and the principles that justice should be applied without bias and prejudice. The blindfold is the key element, indicating that justice is not influenced by the person's appearance, social status, or other external factors, including race and age. So on Monday, I think I'm going to have to chisel the blindfold off my statue.
Really?
Well, it's not that way in Ramsey County. But if you got a Blind Justice statue over there in Hennepin County, you're going to have to take the blindfold off, folks. Because now justice is no longer blind. That's all I got, Pat.
Not over there, it's not.
Holy mackerel.
She just makes up her own rules as she goes along.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You know her positions on issues, but there's supposed to be impartiality in this whole system. And it doesn't matter how smart you are. If you're not impartial, you shouldn't have the job.
Exactly.
12:08. Pretty quiet now that Nicole had her little pursuit. You got any commenters on there, Pat, that you want to highlight?
Not at this point. Unfortunately, to keep the comments up to date, I have to keep refreshing the phone. I don't get a constant stream for some reason.
Oh, Chad was working in here. I'm tempted to stop.
Chad.
I'm tempted to stop and get a cranberry chicken salad sandwich, but do that to the viewers.
I'll keep them entertained if you want to run in and grab one.
Can you do that?
Of course.
Well, what are you going to do? What's your entertainment?
Maybe I'll sing.
Okay. You know, and I was thinking of, speaking of singing, the national anthem, you know? When I was young, do you remember this? Whenever they played the national anthem at baseball games in the 60s or at Aldrich Arena for the hockey, everybody sang. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
We all stood up and we all sang. So the question is, when did that stop? When did everybody stop participating in the national anthem? Most people stand now and don't sing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I like it if
I'm not sure when that
I'd like it if we all
changed.
went back to participating in, I don't know.
I think it creates a sense of community.
Well, you think people don't sing because they're embarrassed of their voices, or they don't know the words, or they don't think they're supposed to?
I think it's maybe not knowing the words.
Maybe not knowing the words. You're going to give people that. You're going to give them that out, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of you. You're kind. I'm going to go get a chicken sandwich. You try to.
I'll try and.
You can get a
check out
blind
some
lady
comments
justice
here.
statue for anywhere. We're around $100. I think mine is a little more expensive, but some of them are on Amazon for less.
I have one of those, those glass cubes.
Yeah.
With etchings inside them.
Yeah.
And you can get like a
big
laser photograph.
Yeah.
In there. Trish left me one
from her
with Lady Justice.
I have one of my son Kyle with inside there.
And I have one with her in there, and I have one with both of us in there.
Cool. That's cool. Do you think if you look really closely, you think she's peeking? Lady Justice? She's peeking out there now, and there's a new statue where the blindfold's up a little bit.
Could be.
Blind Justice. All right. I'll take a radio.
All right. Well, Muhammad Hassan, we are not a squad that takes routine calls, especially when we're in the city. We leave that to St. Paul PD. If there's an emergency situation, we respond. And there were none that were emergent. You saw us respond to some calls earlier tonight, if you've been watching all night. But No, the routine calls that patrol squads are dispatched to, we do not respond to unless we're needed.
Can you show me available and pen this call for
Lana, thank you for answering Muhammad. That's pretty much exactly how we responded. Thank you.
Squads 114, 119. 114. Suspicious 825 Sales Street, apartment 1404 for an unknown person drilling the comp's door lock.
Any PSC history?
You go.
You put me out with the vehicle. It's going to be a Hyundai Entourage.
114, no history.
Yeah, doing a pit maneuver on a vehicle or pinning it in is much preferable to a pursuit in which people can get injured. We are huge proponents of both the pit maneuver and blocking cars in.
There is some PIC calls. There was one call where a neighbor had called this comp aggressive.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, Whiskey Uniform 9001.
Copy.
Is what 229.
Copy.
Take a look at the computer here, see what we have in the way of pending calls. Don't see any update on Nicole's pursuit as far as what was thrown out of the car being recovered.
212.
212.
Clear advised 222 and create as an investigate at 5th and
5th and Smith.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of any vehicle that leads the police on a chase being having forfeiture and seizure proceedings started every time. Sarah, you fell asleep watching the Wolves. It sounds like it was an exciting game. And by the way, when I said Sarah, my phone thought I was saying Siri.
Go again.
Squad 229, advised with 622.
Copy, 15 knots.
No, the sheriff's office, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and the St. Paul Police, neither has any authority over the other. All peace officers in the state of Minnesota have equal jurisdiction and equal authority. But the only thing is that Ramsey County Sheriffs, we patrol anywhere within Ramsey County,
How's the entertainment business?
including all of the cities. Very good, sir.
I had to eat my sandwich in there. You know, if you want to get 23 grams of protein, there's no better way than a bottle of chocolate milk.
There you go.
Oh, man. That chocolate milk is amazing, isn't it?
Which brand? Oh, you got Nesquik. That's good stuff.
Protein Power, 23 grams.
No wonder you're such a healthy man.
Well, the thing is, it's like I told Tiffany West's friend the other day. We're all going to end up in the same place. I'm thinking like heaven, you know?
Absolutely.
You know what he says? In the dirt.
One two eight, you can stay clear.
Okay, thank you. Don't be deceived.
Well, what are we going to find next?
Good question.
You know what the answer to that question is? The fish. So I'm going to type it in here. The question, when someone asks you, well, this is very important. What are you doing next? I think I get the doing spelled properly. Doing next. What are you doing next, Pat?
I'm going to kick back in my seat here and watch where you take us.
222.
I'm pretty sure. Well, there's a lot of videos here. I don't really want the video.
There's a male in the street that's
What are you doing next?
We're getting additional callers calling in. Another
Where's that at?
caller stated that he's screaming for help. You can see him limping.
We're actually out with 212. Can you please post on his phone?
Copy. Is there a spot to start that way?
Well, maybe it's where are you going next? I thought it was what are you doing next? But remember the Disney commercials?
Yeah.
Remember the MVP from every Super Bowl? It gets awarded after the Super Bowl. Disney would have their cameras down there. And they'd say, Drew Brees, you just been elected. You just won a Super Bowl.
For a blue Toyota.
MVP, what are you doing next? And then he says, I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, that's right. Now I know how to answer that next time.
Going to Disney World, where dreams come true. You know, I told you when I became sheriff this time around, I wanted to help different cops fulfill their dreams. Okay? Sometimes you don't know what a cop's dream is. Sometimes you do. They tell you, oh, I really want to do this. So I've made that a part of the
345 Cedar, male outside screaming for help.
Okay, that's us. That's our building. We just had a shooting there last Friday, remember?
Mm-hmm.
345 Cedar. Anyhow, I was shopping at Disney like 5-6 years ago for a picture that said where dreams come true. Okay? I was going to put a little sheriff plaque around it. You know, where dreams come true, because where, you know, cops can fulfill kind of what they want to do.
Right.
And you know what happened? Disney changed their motto. They got rid of where dreams come true.
What did they change it to?
Well, now it changed it to the most magical place on earth. And I don't like that. I like
where dreams come true.
Right?
Absolutely.
So, but now I can't find a picture. If any of you backseaters can help me find a picture, like of the castle with a saying on it that says where dreams come true, a used picture, I would really like one. Because I want to put it in the sheriff's office. So, I mean, that is our job, to help employees fulfill their dreams. Some want to be canines, some want to be drug. Like Odie wants to be a narcotics guy. You know, I just want to be Pat's partner. My dream has come true. You know.
Ditto.
So there's a lot of, you know, when those canine guys come in for the interviews and they say, oh, I really want a dog. I've always dreamt about the dog, and I'm thinking to myself, do you realize how much those dogs shed?
A lot.
Holy mackerel.
Which radio is on channel 2?
This one's supposed to be.
Okay.
So, but other guys, they say, I just want to work patrol. You know, I just enjoy that. Some say, hey, I want to work with kids. I'm excited about working with kids and, you know, helping them succeed. And
315, copy the juvenile with squad back for a child about 5 years old or younger.
I got him in front of the Pioneer Press building.
Copy all them.
So I'm assuming that guy was out with the screamer.
Yeah.
And this is a child. Where was the child at?
328, copy back.
Did you catch it?
25 minutes.
We're headed away from the east side into Central, but there's a 5-year-old that's out there.
Marilyn and Hazel.
Marilyn and Hazel. Huh. Well, that's not good. He escaped from Mom's house late at night.
Marilyn and Hazel Wood.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I figured, now that I think about it. Otherwise, that 5-year-old was at the party, the Montemita party. Could have a little humor.
268.
Well, that was my first thought.
Keep the medic stage, the middle aggressive.
Copy, medic, there's staging.
So we have a substation there, a Rev substation at 345 Cedar. You said Cedar, right?
Yep.
Last
right
week
in
there
front
was
of
a
the building.
shooting in front of there, and this time there's a guy screaming in front of the building. I don't know, Rev's in Ohio, but he might be watching. You know?
In that shooting last week, the guy ended up giving himself up.
The neighborhood, St. Paul had the neighborhood surrounded, and the guy ended up giving himself up. Hey, if you have a short resume, do you have a resume anywhere or not?
Somewhere.
Okay. I'm gonna throw our backgrounds on the web at some point. I'm gonna teach a class. Siegelstrom and I are gonna teach a class on pursuits. And it's going to range from
We're clear for medics.
policy to, actually we're going to call it smart pursuits, tactical following, which is a big part of what we do, right? The tactical following, and vehicle takedowns.
In squads on Cedar advise if they need additional officers.
Three parts to this puzzle.
Sound
a little bit angry there. Anyhow, smart pursuits, tactical following, and vehicle takedowns. I'm going to divide it up into 3 groups. And Thomas has collected a lot of the videos of the CAT teams. Takedowns.
Right through that red light.
I don't know. In fairness, it might have turned when I hit the opticon. So I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt, just like you did to those.
Absolutely.
Anybody in there? Yeah, there's a few people.
319 traffic.
Few people
I'm gonna
left.
have to go back in there with you just for old time's sake. It's
Oh, yeah.
319.
Here they have some great barbecue.
Forest Minnehaha with Minnesota license plate Lima
Clear.
Romeo Foxtrot 776.
Take a personal interest in
You advise DOT
345 Cedar.
right side of the road just before the curve.
Sounds like a medic.
Yeah, they called medics for the guy. Clear right.
Minnehaha and Cypress, that's what it means.
212 says.
We have one detained. Go for it.
Copy, go for one detained.
Thanks for taking Joe Miller out periodically.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that.
I enjoy working with Joe.
Bridge fire gonna be in the comments of St. Paul, unknown where.
He's yelling.
He's
I'm in the area as well.
I think it's
30 minutes of fire tomorrow.
the guy they called in about.
This don't look good. Right? He's got an attitude.
Yes, he does.
You can kind of hear him yelling in the background. I don't know if he needs a medic or not. He's just yelling. There's a couple MFers in there. Dumbass.
He was definitely agitated.
1670 cars first call blocking. Really northbound EX.
What are you going to do with a guy like that? You can hear, this is so typical of the problems we have with the mentally ill folks.
I'm not sure if he's saying his eggs broke or his leg is broke.
Can you look up the original call? Oh, we got him finally. Yeah, the helicopter reacquired. Sean was there, and
Where did they catch him at?
University of Western. University of Western.
Okay.
So it all worked out good.
All right, that's good.
What's going on here,
Hey,
gents?
guys.
Was this guy injured or what? Huh?
Apparently, he said he fell off some stairs and broke his ankle.
Oh, really?
Okay. I couldn't tell whether he was saying broke his leg or broke some eggs.
Broke ankle, apparently. But,
So he's not under arrest technically. He's just totally out of control.
he's just not working with the program, so.
Well,
He doesn't understand.
with your personality, you ought to be able to break through that wall. I know. You know, go over there and.
Hey, he did a great. He's getting an acceptable mark on this one.
Is he? Okay,
He'll
good.
be awesome.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
Yeah. We're gonna watch you work. We're gonna watch you work. We're gonna watch him work. We're gonna watch him work.
He's the car captain.
Male screaming for help in the street. He was seen limping. Screaming that his ankle is broken and to call an ambulance.
Okay, which they've done.
Limping and dragging his leg.
Okay. No, these are the kind of calls that you're trying to help a guy get an injured leg, and he's calling for help, but he doesn't really want help. Doesn't like police officers, even though they're there to help him. This is going to be interesting right here, Pat. So they're going to take the cuffs off, I think. Oh, they're looking at his leg now. See if his leg. He thinks he broke his ankle slipping off a step or something.
Supposedly fell off a step.
Keep the police away from you. They're not next to you.
Hi, 58 Metro. 558.
We should check to see if he
I'm not seeing any.
is he okay with the sheriff's office.
That's 37.
I think he's in good hands.
Do you think that's Dimitri with the baseball bat from earlier?
Maybe Dimitri thought he took his car.
I want to see. I got to stay till they take the cuffs off, Pat.
35 minutes.
Because
Oh, yeah.
if he goes with the medics, they're not going to have the cuffs on him. Got to give the medics credit. They're calming him down, aren't they?
Yep.
Right? The medics doing a fine job. Chief Butch Inks, if you're watching. Gotta admit. A little compassion, a little sympathy.
Very calming.
Calming. Let's start refocusing on the pain versus what else is going on.
227-219. Noise complaint. I 155 Big Lone Lane, apartment in Charlie. Caller's been hearing banging for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, but the officers were here to help him, and he took his frustrations out on them.
There's 69.
He wants to hurt something? Or
Yeah,
he
that's
hurt
what he
something?
said.
Well,
Yeah, they got the stretcher out.
wow. Fuck 12.
What you got against Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. Well, we don't want him back either.
Metro 4450. 70 cars for blocking on the ramp.
We're not actually, just so you know, we're in the car, folks. So he can't see us. We're not aggravating him.
There's 10 minutes.
You never know what's going to happen when the cuffs come off. I think we got to stay there. See how this plays out.
37 minutes.
It's his right ankle that's injured. Come on, Pat, you're by the window. Give us a play-by-play. What's he saying?
Take the cuffs off, please. And they're taking them off, it looks like. Yep, they're taking the cuffs off. So far, so good. He's staying calm. He's laying back in the stretcher.
I'm going to change this to an A.
Well, that just goes to prove the old adage. People like the fire better than the police.
There you go.
Right?
They always say if you wanted to be loved, you should have been a fireman.
Good job, firefighters.
Copy at 39 minutes.
Pat meant to say firefighter.
Robert Edward Henry, 798.
Sorry, blowing into Lakeview Terrace after 9 minutes.
It's hopping inside Pimento. Hi. Sounds like a good time in there tonight. Sounds like a good time in there tonight.
Two ladies. She's from Texas.
No, see, no.
6 months.
No, guys.
No, she's not a Minnesotan yet.
No, Mr.
One
Scott.
winter.
Stop.
One winter.
Stop.
How did you know I was Mr. Scott?
You're doing work, guys.
She's in the military.
Scott, you're
She's
at
a
work.
veteran.
Stop. See,
Thank
no,
you for
this
your
is what she
service.
keeps doing.
Thank you for your
You
service.
are a legend.
Thank you
are
for
a
your
beautiful black
service.
queen.
Thank you. Where in Texas are you from?
I'm from Houston. But
Okay.
besides the fact, I want to make friends with certain people.
Tell her,
that
Mr. Scott, don't do it. You're a police officer.
Stop it, Mr. Scott. And she's like, you're being so friendly, you Southerner.
Yes.
And
Tell her
I'm like,
Minnesotans and they're dangerous.
Depends
Mr.
on who it
Scott,
is.
don't lie.
I like the friendly idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Not Texas. She's too friendly.
Here's what I have to
But
say.
she got me
What's
first.
your
She got
first
me,
name?
and I'm a pit bull.
my first name?
Yeah.
You want like my nickname first name
Yeah,
or my real
nickname.
first
Don't do me.
I
Tara.
don't want to give you advice. It's
Tara?
okay to be.
Tara.
It's okay
My
to
real
be.
name's Katara.
Let the police officers do
Wait a
their job.
minute.
Tara.
No, they're
Wait a
they're
minute.
telling me good
Your
advice.
name is not Casera.
No, not Kasera, Katara.
Tara.
Do you know
Okay.
Kasera that
My
like,
daughter is
tortured-
I want
Casara.
to finish
Oh, I'm sorry.
it. Forget
That's
it.
what-
Hey, I want to finish my advice to you about your
Yes,
question. Can you be friendly? As long as you're not intoxicated.
Yes.
If you're intoxicated,
It's a different kind of friendly.
then it's a different kind of friendly.
Yes.
If you're sober, you can play the field in there, girl.
Yes.
Okay, but if
So
you're
what
not,
he's saying is, when you choose your friends, make sure you do it in a conscious mind.
Yes, sir, Mr.
That's
We are
Fletcher.
Minnesotans,
that's
and
exactly
these
what
people
I'm
are
saying.
weird.
Conscious
Even
mind.
these
Mr.
officers, they're
Fletcher's
weird.
sober right now, so we're gonna trust Mr. Fletcher.
I'm sober too.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
You guys have a good
I believe in you.
God bless
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Katara.
meet you.
Welcome
Nice
to Minnesota.
meet you. Thank you so
Welcome.
much.
Welcome.
Bye-bye.
Well then.
Well, there.
It's where they both can be right. One says don't go try to make friends. One said try to, as long as you have a conscious, sober mind, you can go do that.
There you go.
So you have an escape plan. Sober people can develop escape plans better.
For sure.
Well, I've only known that strategy because I've never drank. But I've seen a lot of people that didn't have an escape plan. Yeah, a lot of college parties. People did not have an escape plan. So we are still live on patrol in Ramsey County, Minnesota. If you just joined us, if you're a new follower, hopefully the people leaving comments can tell you we are, two of us have, I don't know, over 80 years of experience patrolling the streets of this county collectively. And we have several other deputies that are out here as well and patrol 13 different cities. Hey, you did a fine job with that young man down there.
Obviously, you didn't like the police at
No,
all.
he didn't like. You should be a firefighter. See ya.
Thinking about it, yeah.
He's a good kid.
Yeah.
Works hard.
How's your guys' status?
What do we think, Pat? Slowing down a little bit?
It is.
Copy, at 44 minutes.
44 minutes.
Yeah, they found out
21627.
Nicole and Sean were out. Decided they better stay in.
What are you talking about?
The criminals.
Yeah. Good one.
I'm going to ride to the Maplewood PD. Can you have one of the officers let me into the garage?
Sarah Maplewood squad that can let 3934 into the garage.
I look forward to weekends. Although they start out a little tough because we end up sleeping after working all night.
Mm-hmm.
Loving my wife and I go out to dinner on Saturday somewhere. Saturday or Sunday.
Before he was to the top of the ramp, we got the hazards working, but the neutral override's not. 45 minutes. I'm not sure the remaining
It is 12:45 a.m. here in Ramsey County.
Take care of it. They've been advised how to not block the road next time. That's 45 minutes.
A lot of interesting stuff discussed earlier.
I'll be en route back to
If you're just joining us, try to catch up tomorrow or the next day and some of the discussion about encryption, about the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. Stays quiet here. Pat and I are probably going to go off the air in another 15 minutes. Doesn't mean we're going home, crooks.
Definitely not.
But,
so behave.
I like that element of surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Element of surprise.
We're clear.
46 minutes.
46 minutes.
45 arrived.
Yeah, a lot of the people we deal with think if we're not live, we're not working. No, we're out there working quite often when we're not live.
Yeah, most of the time, actually. Most of the work is not live. Well, I had a turkey sandwich, so my drive to have one of those White Castles is suppressed.
Copy, you guys have a good day. 47 minutes.
But I haven't had one for ages. Jalapeno cheeseburger. That's some good stuff there.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Hey, I watched last night when I got home. And I probably worked till 1 last night too. And I couldn't resist.
312.
I watched The Three Amigos.
Oh.
312.
And I realized that I had never punished myself by watching the entire thing from front to back. You know, I mean, there's certain scenes in there you remember forever, right?
Oh yeah.
But there's some scenes that, you know, I didn't remember. So I watched Martin Short, Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, and The Three Amigos.
Tequila.
Oh, I like these guys. But I gotta be honest with you, I belly laughed a few times. My wife was sleeping already. I'm sure she was awoken up by my belly laughs. I like these guys. And no, it's just fun to have some good comedy, right?
Oh, for sure.
Good comedy. And that was some of the best comedy ever. Some of the best comedy ever.
Yeah, they're quite a trio.
And now, you know, it's on the 50th anniversary of Martin Short and Steve Martin were there on SNL. But that particular collection. But I will say this, you know,
yelling. Some female yelling.
The pretty young girl, the pretty young Latino woman that is appears to be courting Steve Martin, also known as Dusty. So, at the very end, you know, after they defeat the bad guys?
Mm-hmm. Might have been down there, but I'm not sure.
They defeat the bad guys, and she comes up and she gives him a kiss. And he says, "I'll be back." Okay? And you know what she says? Why? She didn't feel it for him like he did for her.
Clearly not.
Why? Okay.
Holy smokes.
Whoa, you got a big crowd in there, huh? Well, not
good crowd.
Good crowd, yeah, not a big crowd, good crowd. Is it full or what?
Go ahead.
Looks like it's full here.
Standing room only.
There's 6 juveniles
Lined up to get in.
Fighting in the middle of the street.
Well, we're gonna run over to 58 Congress seats. 6 juveniles fighting in the middle of the street. I don't know why that would be. But speaking of Congress Street, next weekend, Saturday, the Cinco de Mayo festivals are taking place on the west side over there. There's a parade and then a bunch of booths and celebrations. So
that's right. That's coming up.
Please feel free to come on down and join us. Pat and I will be there. But let me say this: we are not doing the 24-hour marathon this year. Remember that last year?
Oh yeah, sure
we
do.
did the 24-hour marathon, live on patrol, 24-hour marathon on the weekend of Cinco de Mayo. And Darren reminded me that he had the late night shift. I don't know what time it was, from like 4 in the morning till 8 or 9.
Yeah, I think he gave the backseaters sunrise along Mississippi River Boulevard.
There you go. There you go. Sunrise on the Mississippi. So this fight will probably be over with. Usually they resolve themselves, but
Lineups requesting PD from medical, requesting an ambulance for an adult male.
But
surgical hip.
if they don't resolve themselves,
it came from transit.
Clear.
Unknown if they're en route.
They escalate, right?
Yep.
So.
Daria, mixed female, 23 years
So
old.
what's the cross street on right at 50?
Stryker and Winslow.
Well, there you have it. That's what I was wondering. Our young.
We're thinking the same
Our
thing.
young boys. Well,
I'm just going to keep this opened up, watching for updates.
Hey, if anybody's in service, we're going to run over to that Congress call, which is close to that Stryker and Winfred Winterfred House.
Coming out. Come over there as well. From the east side.
Same hall.
So we're familiar with a bunch of kids that live on a corner there, folks, that have had some in the past.
312, do you have any updates? No, I'm not finding anything, so people can probably clear. Copy.
Is that a bus stop over there? Yeah, I guess it is. People sitting. I thought it was. Who took the bad guy to jail on that chase? Was that Sean? Or? So I'm surprised Nicole's already.
Yeah, me too.
Free. Years ago, folks, they asked us to move off the river. The jail used to be on the river, and it was a beautiful facility, large windows overlooking the river. They asked us to move over there because they wanted to develop the river. So we moved out in 2001, and we built a new, well, we didn't move out to 2003, but 20 years ago. What's happening in there? A bunch of cars in there.
I can't believe it's been that long.
But anyhow, so they tore our building down and the West Publishing building, and they were committed to doing some riverfront development. But they never did.
Nope.
And the river is a great natural resource for development. So it's not just one mayor, it's basically all the mayors
125.
need to
Ukrainian AOA with state. Rondo and Dale on traffic.
take responsibility for developing that area, but
yeah, that's so underutilized.
20 years later,
great riverfront
it's
property.
still empty property.
Yep.
You know, in today's world, I know I'm kind of a brainstormer, but I did run for mayor once because I do think about these things. How you save St. Paul. Who do we recognize? We're gonna let St. Paul handle this right now. Hopefully they won't recognize our face.
Happy good work, right? 921.
So they're out with 6 kids here.
Yeah.
If we get
Parties
out,
have been drinking and they may fight or flee.
we don't want to interrupt St. Paul's communication. It might end up evolving into, can we get gift cards? 50.
Metro Speed 309.
50 Congress.
Copy elevation.
Looks like the kids were hanging at 50 Congress. If anybody knows which ones of our kids might be, they're all, cops talked to them, they all went back in. Want to research that a little on the thread? Like younger kids, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Younger. Well, we'll go over here to the Winterfred collection.
$119 traffic. 119. Union Milton West, Lima Tango Kilo 795. Copy Uni. What was the other cross street? Uni and Milton. Copy Uni and Milton.
Well, at least we got there in time to figure out where they were.
Yeah.
125 back.
It's always good to have keep an eye on active addresses. We don't call them problem properties anymore. Active addresses. I still can't get that new Hennepin County policy out of my head. I'm not going to mention it again, but go to Care 11's website and read it for yourself.
Howdy.
What kind of tobacco you think that was?
Wacky.
Wacky?
Wacky tobacco.
Wacky tobacco. Well, let's drive by our friends on Roberts Street. Want to come up? I told you my story about always driving down here when I was on the west side and thinking there was a guy in front of the church.
6H Metro Hotel.
17, one in custody.
St. Matthew.
Copy, one in custody.
In the Bronx.
Northbound E at 77, 56, for a motorcycle.
1944. Copy, custody.
I'll tell you, in the last year we've added some helicopters to State Patrol. It's been so helpful to have air cover.
I was thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time. And my take was it was amazing how quickly they were overhead of Nicole's deal tonight.
Yeah.
672 Metro, same good night.
Well, there is an advantage of being close to the St. Paul Airport.
Oh, yeah.
Where they launch from.
630. Have a good night, 1 a.m. 5, copy. 10-7, good night. Have a good night, 1 a.m.
Well, if they do encrypt, which we hope they don't, we're going to have to get quality earbuds. Right?
Yep.
621 Metro.
So we don't rebroadcast. Quality earbuds. I like your friend's idea about a delay, 15, half hour. People can still listen to what's going on. I like that idea.
636 Metro. 636. Have a good night, 101.
Can we have a DMT operator that can meet us at the LEC?
904 Metro.
Somebody going to come out and say hi to us? Probably not.
Have a great night, 101.
No.
I think it's right here, isn't it? Or not?
No, it's got that driveway that goes up.
Yeah, but what number is that house?
663.
Yeah, it's right behind us.
We'll do clear advise, we'll go.
Copy in 265, copy in Roswell.
Yeah, here we go.
Anybody want to say hi to us? Guess not.
Address 309, code 43, close investigate.
Call Nicole Sparks.
I'm going for it. Even 22 or 28. 312. 102.
1144 Pacific, Calvin by domestic suspect.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to sign off for a minute here, but
Suspicious, go to assist at 825
I think
1404.
you know what? Can you give your viewers a little summary?
Yeah,
saw a car that interested me by an address, and it was an out-of-state plate that I ran a few times that I could not get the hit to come back to match the vehicle.
Yep.
So I probably ran it 4 or 5 times, and I just tried it a couple different ways. I could not get it to come back. So by the time Sean got there, and we're getting ready to block the car in, the driver sprints out of the house, jumps into the driver's seat, and drives into Sean's car. Sean tries to block him in with another parked car, and then the pursuit was on.
Yep.
And when we got him arrested, he asked us what we did to stop the car. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, well, it just stopped. And I was like, oh, that wasn't us. I thought you just gave up. So I don't know what his deal was.
Oh, interesting. So you should have told him we have new technology that allows us to beam into your car and stop your car.
Shut it all down.
Pretty good. So, anyhow, he went to jail?
Yes.
For fleeing? Okay.
Yep. And I told him, I said, a guy just fled from me on foot a half hour ago, and now you. I said, what does that say for the rest of my night? And he said, well, I feel sorry for them.
Good one. Good one.
Excellent.
Yeah, kind of funny.
All right. We're going to sign off here in a minute. I'll get back to you on the radio shortly.
Sounds good, Sheriff. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Yeah, I couldn't get the speaker to work in there. So a lot of you don't realize that the west side of St. Paul is actually south of St. Paul, and the southern border of the west side of St. Paul is Annapolis. And as we crossed Annapolis going south on Robert Street, this is where it gets confusing. We are now in West St. Paul. It's a different city. It's actually south of St. Paul, not the west side, which is by the river. West St. Paul is actually south of the west side, and Robert Street is the main street which we're on through there. And sometimes you'll hear us refer to the West District, which is actually the western portion of St. Paul. Yep. Not to be confused with the west side of St. Paul. When we hire new police officers, they get very confused. Well, I'm working in west, but no, west is the west side. And so, yeah, it's confusing. The western sector is the western part of the city. The west side is the southern chunk of the city by the river. And West St. Paul, which we're in right now, is like a whole separate city from St. Paul.
Yep. And it's actually even in a different county. This is Dakota County.
Good point. Good point. And the business strip that we're on here is Robert Street, which of course runs through downtown St. Paul. And we do come down here once in a while because there is a Panda Express, which is one of my favorites. There's a lot of restaurants down here. Fast food restaurants. There's, what is that, Alibaba's?
King of Heroes.
King of Heroes. And the Fireside Lounge. The Thai Delicious restaurant. Got a lot of different variety down here. And used to be a nice Beirut restaurant in here. I think it's closed now. Lebanese restaurant.
Oh yeah.
Behind there.
Beirut.
Yeah.
They moved. I want to say to Inver Grove, maybe.
Did they? Okay.
Yep.
Looks like Denny's is. I don't know if it's open or not down there. And
neighbors are being loud outside.
we show you around a lot, but you remember Dave Bowl used to work the west side. Okay, and he was the original listen to the police scanner. Remember that? He used everything coming in from West St. Paul. Officer Dave Bull would know what's coming because he had all the West St. Paul channels on his police scanner back in the 80s and 90s. Great cop, and so we used to rely on him to let us know if a chase was coming from Dakota County. Nowadays we have a different radio system, but Big target down here
Copy, F-107.
as well.
Squad 08 will be going with 312 to the LAC.
Pat's workout area right there. It's where Pat works out at
Copy, F-108.
the gymnasium. It's got his sign up. It says, "You belong."
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed. Applebee's. So if we kept going here, we're not going to, but if we went out the south end of West St. Paul, we'd end up in Grove Heights. If we went east here, if we went east of West St. Paul, which makes no sense whatsoever, we'd end up in South St. Paul. Right?
But it is south of St. Paul.
That's true. But it's, yes.
Very confusing.
We want it that way. For you visitors that come here, we want it to be confusing for you. Actually, our former governor, Jesse Ventura, who tried to explain the streets in St. Paul, and I don't think he had his history right, but our former governor, Jesse Ventura, I have to say that a couple times because when I say that, if you didn't know he was our governor, you go, what? Yes, oh, by the way, Jesse Ventura was in that Demolition Man movie too, I was telling you about.
Oh, that's right.
A short cameo.
Yep.
Our former governor used to say that the streets in St. Paul were laid out, I'm not going to use the term he used, by Irishmen that had too much alcohol. So, we are going to sign off then for tonight, and if something hot, fast and furious comes up in the next hour or two, we'll probably come back. But thank you for watching, and tomorrow please go on the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office official page and follow that. We really appreciate it. There's good information there, sometimes better than ours, and it's a great way to keep on tabs on what our sheriff's office is actually doing, because our public information officer, Steve Linders, is second to none.
Absolutely.
There is no finer PIO and writer than him. This guy's going to make it big someday.
For sure.
Pat, we'll let you close it out.
All right, folks. Thanks for riding with us tonight. I think it was a pretty interesting night. I know it was for us. So thanks for being with us. Do something kind for someone this weekend, and we'll see you next time we go live. Good night, folks.
For a 911 hang up in the area of 1280.